Hey, all folks, and welcome to today's trial stream. It is Iowa versus Tyler Dazey. Tyler Dazey is charged and on trial for the ending of his mother and his mother's dog, Echo the pup. We went through morning session yesterday. We will go through the afternoon session today and then move into live from day 2. So there are 2 charges. Well, 2 plus underlying charges. First degree homicide and animal cruelty. Where does the witchcraft come in? Well, Mr. Tyler Dazey called his mother very, very bad words, including but not limited to accusing her for active witchcraft. Don't know if it's true or not. Really doesn't matter now, does it? Then, yeah, it's gruesome. It's gruesome. Afternoon session yesterday, I had a bit of an issue finding a stream because Law and Crime removed the afternoon stream for some reason. But we will get to it. Crime scene photos showing Echo the pup, I will blank out because I refuse to have pictures like that on my stream. I simply refuse. But that is what will be going on today, folks. Welcome to the show. All right, here we go. Afternoon, day 1.
Everyone. Okay. Another witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Seems to be a bit issue with sound, but it will improve, I promise.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Lieutenant Chad Crable, ChadCrabill.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque officer?
Just shy of 9 years.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant about 6 months.
Okay, and is that the extent of your employment in law enforcement?
Yes, just with the Dubuque Police Department.
Okay, and what is your education training that you obtained to become a City of Dubuque police officer?
I graduated from Loras College in 2015 with a bachelor's in criminal justice, a minor in business. Once I graduated from college, I was then hired by the Dubuque Police Department. Once hired, I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, which was approximately 16 weeks long of training there. Upon graduation, I came back to the Dubuque Police Department and completed the field training program, which was about 20 weeks long.
Okay, and any additional certifications, qualifications, are you up to date on all of them?
Yes, I'm up to date on all of them. I was a patrol officer for about 4.5 years. I was then promoted to corporal. Spent a couple years in investigations. Like I said, about 6 months ago, I was promoted to lieutenant. I'm some of my instructor fields. I'm a driving instructor, less lethal instructor, taser instructor for the department as well.
Okay, very good. And just as a patrol officer for the City of Dubuque, what generally are your job duties?
For a patrol officer, responding to calls for service, could be disturbances, could be motor vehicle accidents, conducting traffic stops, serving arrest warrants, things like that.
A mixed bag of things.
Correct, a little bit of everything.
Okay, now with your designation as lieutenant, what extra duties do you have?
A lieutenant is in charge of all the patrol officers on duty. So usually anywhere from 8 to 15 officers, a lieutenant is responsible for just decision-making on cases, accepting reports, reviewing pursuits, use of force, more of a supervisor.
Okay, and I previously discussed this with Lieutenant Dazey, but lieutenant is second to the captain, right?
Correct. Lieutenant is under captain.
Okay, very good. And were you on duty and working as a lieutenant with the City of Dubuque Police Department on January 18, 2024?
I would have been a corporal on patrol at that time on January 18th. Yes, I was working.
Okay, so the corporal then is right below lieutenant.
That's correct.
All right. And so you were a corporal back then, and you responded to 1605 Avoca Street. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What happened that led you to respond, and what happened once you arrived on scene?
Sure. So that was right at about 9 a.m. that day. My shift as a corporal was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So right as I came into work, I was notified of a deceased subject on Avoca Street. So basically went straight out to my squad car, drove up there. Upon arrival, the fire department and other police officers were already on scene. So when I pulled up, I blocked off an intersection. And then I approached 1605 Avoca Street. I was aware that multiple officers were already inside the residence. And so I think they had asked officers to go to the rear of the residence to secure that, since the residence was not secured, or we haven't did not walk through the residence for any other people. So when I arrived on scene, I went to the back kind of southwest side of the residence. I observed a couple vehicles in the driveway at 1605 Avoca Street. There was a truck parked towards the front of the driveway, which was registered to Nick Frey. And then there was also a sedan parked kind of in the back of the driveway, which was registered to Tyler.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for just 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and publish, please, Judge, State's Exhibit 2. Okay. All right. I just want you to, is there a laser pointer up there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, wonderful. Can you just point out the truck you're speaking of?
This is the red truck I'm speaking of that was kind of parked towards the front of the driveway there.
Registered to Nicholas Frey?
That's correct.
And the other vehicle you were referencing?
That vehicle is parked right in the back there that was covered with snow.
Okay, and you said that was registered to?
Tyler Dazey.
All right. As you took perimeter outside, from this picture, can you kind of show the jury what area you were taking perimeter or holding perimeter?
Yes, I would have, the red car back there, I was standing right next to that, holding the rear of the residence.
Okay. Now, as you arrived, you said you were briefed on what was happening. There were already officers inside, so you took hold on the outside. What were your initial observations or things you were paying attention to as you were holding perimeter on the outside of the residence?
So my responsibilities was to basically make sure no one exited the residence, ran out of the residence, overall just kind of scanning to see if there's a disturbance or blood or a broken door or something like that. Those were my responsibilities.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did you see anything? What did you see?
When I was standing by the red car, it was I was kind of facing like that side door on the residence. I did not see that any doors or windows to be forced or like they were kicked in. Did not observe any blood. As you can see, the ground was all snow covered. I did not observe any like footprints in the middle of the snow in the backyard. The side door that I was talking about before, where there was some a garbage can and recycle bin, there were some padded down snow or footprints around those I observed.
Okay, so let's just kind of look at these a little bit more. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 8. It's a packet of a few photos. Can you quickly just scan through those?
Yes. Okay.
And what are those?
These are photos of the exterior of the residence.
Okay, and do they appear as they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
8 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Okay. And you can use your laser pointer if there's anything to point out, okay, Lieutenant? In the
with
first photo within this group, just kind of point out where we are and what you see.
So this image is the very back of the residence. I'll point out the red car right there. That's where I was standing.
Okay, and I see that there is a rear door in the back there.
That's correct. There's a rear gray door right there.
Okay, from this photo, do you see any footprints leading up to that door?
I do not.
Any fresh marks within the snow?
I do not.
Okay.
How about that? Snow. I wonder how much of this trial will be about snow.
Now we are in the second photo within that group. Tell me what we're looking at here, Lieutenant.
This is the what I would describe as a side door that I referenced earlier. I'm standing back to the left from this, where that red car is. There is the garbage can, recycle bin, and like I said, there's some kind of pad.
I hope I can provide some good commentary, legal commentary. If anyone here is completely new to my channel, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. I've been doing that for over 30 years. So I do have a law degree, which means I can provide with some legal commentary. So welcome.
Added down snow like someone had walked up and down those stairs previously.
Okay. Did anything in that area appear to you to be fresh?
It's kind of hard to say. I can say like there's no forced entry to the door or no signs of like a disturbance there.
Okay. Do you remember what the weather was like that day at all?
It was very cold that day. I don't remember the exact temperature, but I know after I got done holding the perimeter of the residence, I went back to my squad car and got a face mask and gloves and hat and everything. It was very cold.
Okay. And there's a window in this photo as well?
That's correct. Window in the upper right corner.
Okay. And did you observe that window to be open or closed?
It was closed.
All right. All right. The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is almost an exact vantage point of where I was standing, holding the rear of the residence, back by that red car. There's the side door again.
Okay. And you had previously referenced garbage or anything like that. Can you point that out in relation to the door there?
So the recycle bin and garbage can are just outside that side door.
Okay. The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is a view from the other side of the backyard pointing to the red car.
Okay. Do you see any signs of disturbance within this photo?
I do not.
Okay. The next photo, what are we looking at?
This is on the other side or the north side of the house. Again, just the exterior photo.
Okay. Do you see any signs of disturbance or any marks in the snow?
No.
Okay.
That would go to any possible defense theory about somebody else went in through a side door. But if there is no apparent disturbance in the snow, forced entry. And remember, they actually collected ring cam footage and surveillance footage. Somebody call Morrissey. Or no, Lally. From the Karen Reed trial. You can actually collect surveillance footage. It seems you can do it the same day or the following days of the crime. Unheard of. Yes, Heather, they took photos of the whole house and yard. How about that?
Okay. Where in this photo, it's kind of the side to the backyard, correct?
Yes, it'd be the backyard on the north side.
Okay. And there's a wooded area in the back there, right?
That's correct.
Tell me about what do you know of this property to abut to?
The backyard of this property is roughly like the doghouse University in Asbury.
Okay. So you would, if you went through that wooded area, that's where you would find yourself?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Okay, Lieutenant, anything else you did to assist in this investigation after you held perimeter?
So after I held perimeter, I put up crime scene tape outside the front of the residence, so investigators had some room to work. Later on that morning, I was tasked with going to find and interview Miss Dazey's son and daughter, which is Nicholas Frey and Kylie Frey. So I ended up having contact with Kylie at 1605 Avoca Street.
No, Gwendolyn, there's no red solo cups in this trial. I have not seen any yet. It's very strange because according to Prosecutor Lally, that is an excellent evidence collector thingy.
Transported her down to the police department where I conducted an interview with her. Later on in the afternoon, Nicholas Frey met me at the police department and I conducted an interview with him as well.
Okay. And did you do any of the follow-up investigation work with either Nicholas or Kylie?
The only thing that I did is I spoke with Kylie initially. The very next day, I spoke with her to obtain a little bit more information on her whereabouts. And I also obtained some video surveillance from Quickstar, which is a
Kylie is the daughter in the family, and we will soon see the interview with her. And that is kind of interesting.
Gas station here in Dubuque, and that was the extent of my follow-up.
Okay. And did you know at that point, was any follow-up on their whereabouts assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, the follow-up was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. Do you know if they were ultimately able to exclude the two of them as suspects?
Yes, they were.
Okay. I have no additional questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. How are you doing today, Lieutenant?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. On direct, you talked about Quickstar, right?
Yes.
And you obtained some video. And what did that video show?
That video surveillance was from the day prior, so the 17th, and that video showed Miss Dazey pulling up in her, I believe it's a GMC SUV. She goes and I believe she gets some gas. She goes inside with the dog and then comes back out to her vehicle and leaves.
Okay. Would that have been about 11:22 a.m. On the 17th?
That could be. I remember it was light out. I don't know the exact time though.
Okay. And then when's the next time you see that vehicle, the GMC Acadia?
The next,
You personally?
me personally,
Yes.
the next time I saw that vehicle was on the 18th when Nicholas Frey came down to the police department and I interviewed him. He had mentioned that he drove his mother's vehicle that day. And so after my interview with Nick, I went outside and Nick allowed me to take photographs of the vehicle, search the vehicle, and that's where I found a receipt to Quickstar, which is why I obtained that video surveillance.
And when you spoke to Nick, at some point he said he was in Cedar Rapids, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to verify that?
Me personally, I did not follow up. That would have been for the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And
Dave, be careful. Your wife is Swedish. She might put a curse on you.
I'm going to go, if we can look at number 8. Yeah, let's start with this one. The first photo in State's Exhibit 8. Now, to your knowledge, when you were doing the perimeter, did any officers go into the backyard?
To my knowledge, no. I was the only one initially standing back by that red car.
Okay. And I think you said, let me turn this on first. I think initially you said you didn't see any footprints in the backyard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And here, though, it looks like there could be some footprints going out towards the backyard. Is that correct?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay. If you can go back to down one. And this porch right here is kind of what you were talking about, where the footprints, where it looked like somebody had been walking, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't definitively say when that happened, correct?
That's right.
And did you have anything to do with the subpoena with the Ring Camera Company?
I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what footage they requested?
I do not. The only thing with surveillance that I was aware of is at this back door, there's a ring camera on the back door that I pointed out to Investigator Rosenthal when he came on scene, but I did no follow-up with that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Ahead.
And I understand you didn't take this picture, but do you recognize kind of the area that this picture would have been taken?
I believe in reviewing photos from before, I think it was right outside this side door, but I can't say for 100%.
Does it appear to be an accurate depiction of what you observed as far as footprints on that area?
I didn't look very closely at the footprints there. I could just say that it appeared someone had walked there, or obviously with the snow being patted down.
Okay. And is this picture consistent with snow being pat?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit A be admitted.
Any objection? No. Exhibit A is admitted.
Again, I like this judge. No interference. He admitted, overruled. I mean, control over the courtroom.
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure that. Of course. Okay. And this is the footprints that you observed, correct?
That appears consistent with what I observed outside that side door.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that it snowed before this?
I do not.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a report from the
That looks like a footprint.
the Weather Service?
That could help remember when it snowed last. Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Didn't he just testify there was no sign of disturbance? So where did that footprint come from? Hi, Bree. Good morning.
And just take a look at it yourself. I know that it's small print. I apologize. I couldn't get it any bigger. But if you can look, right here would be the 18th. And if you could just look up from there.
Okay.
Prior to the 18th would have been that. Right here is the new snow.
So on the 18th, it indicates that there was the new snow was 0.9. I don't know what the measurement is.
What would have been the time before the 18th?
That looks like on the 13th, so 5 days prior, and that's 0.4.
Okay. And so these footprints probably would have had to been within the last 5 days. Is that correct?
Objection. Witnesses.
I don't like the speaking objection.
Well, I'm going to let him answer if he knows. Go ahead if you know.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. These footprints would have had to have been made in about the last 5 days, correct? Or 5 days. Sorry, that's a bad question. These footprints would have had to have been made sometime within the 5 day time frame between the last snowfall and the 18th, correct?
I would say that's hard for me to say, but I would suggest it's probable that else the footprints or the concrete would be covered up with the new snow, I would say.
But is he a snow expert?
May I approach?
Yes.
But in this case, it seems important. Because if this officer first testified that there was no sign of disturbance, and then there's a footprint.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Can you tell the court what that is a picture of?
This is a picture of the backyard of the residence.
Okay. And I know it's a little difficult to see, but does it appear that there's some footprints? I know the picture isn't good quality, but does it appear there's some footprints going into the backyard?
So in this specific photo, it's difficult to tell. I know there's another photo that I believe Investigator Hoff that took a close-up that indicated there was an animal or like deer footprints in the backyard.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the backyard on the day that you observed it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit C be admitted.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit C is admitted.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's
And again,
let's see if there is a close-up of these footprints that looks like animal tracks.
these are some footprints we're seeing here, and I think you've said that they may belong to a deer,
That's correct.
and that was Investigator Hoff.
I believe it was a CID investigator who, I think it was Investigator Hoff who had took exterior photos of the residence.
Okay.
I don't see crap.
We can take it down, Your Honor. And Kylie showed up at the residence while you were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to interview her. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you have your body cam on during this time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, soon
I'm gonna hand
something
you a
interesting will
marked as
show up.
Defendant's Exhibit B.
As you noticed, the prosecution did not play the interview with Kylie.
All right. Now, you had an opportunity to review what was on that thumb drive, correct?
Yes.
And what was on that thumb drive?
They were 3 clips from my body worn camera that day.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what was recorded on your body cam footage?
Yes.
Right? Your Honor, I'd ask that Defendant's Exhibit B be admitted.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Defendant's Exhibit B is admitted.
And the prosecution objected. Judge seemed to overrule. Body cam footage of the interview of the daughter of the victim.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Why on earth
Okay.
wouldn't you want that played?
Lieutenant Crable, I'm going to show you just this
Prosecutor?
first clip.
Okay.
And I noticed that you muted the mic at that point. Is that something that you normally do as an officer?
Whenever I would mute a mic, Officer Handbaum, who's in this photograph, and I were probably discussing the case or strategy or something, so that's why I muted it.
Okay.
Why would you want to do that, officer? Why, if you're discussing the case, why would you want to mute the microphone? This is weird. I don't like weird. Morning session yesterday, which I played. Straightforward. Now we have a twist. Why on earth would you want to? And who's that civilian? Or somebody in civilian clothing?
And we see somebody in the back of this squad car. And who is that?
That is Kylie Frey.
Okay. And Ms. Frey, Do you know why she's in the back of the squad car?
Yes. So she arrived on scene maybe 2 or 3 minutes prior to this, and Captain Style is in the green North Face jacket there. And he had just asked her to sit in the back of the squad car and explained that's when her mother was deceased.
Okay. And like you said, it was cold out, correct?
It was very cold.
So it wouldn't have been very nice to just leave her out in the elements, right?
That's true.
Okay. She wasn't under arrest or anything at this point, correct?
She was not.
There's no one wrong with that. No one to the right side. So you just want to give me right down the wall, so I'll be great. I didn't know if they let it.
With a Playboy jacket.
Nothing special.
Is Pop down there? Yeah, Pop was
Did she just laugh? Well, shock can do a lot with people, but strange.
At this point, she has been informed, correct, of her mother's death?
Yes.
Is there anybody down for Los Angeles? Are you up here? No, I just want to make sure. Hang on a second. No. You take him. Okay. You take her down. You take her down to ceremony. And all that information. He's in. Yep. Sorry for bouncing around. It's all good. Just doing your job. I'm Chad. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Why was she smiling?
This morning? Maybe if you still. Yeah, just like I read Jen's phone. Yeah. So we'll go in here again. I'll just throw your back here. So I can get it back to you. You want my pepper spray, James? I'll throw it back here. I know I'm not going to do anything with it, but I appreciate that. I know how it is, and I'm. Yeah, nothing else on it. Perfect. Catch him up. All right.
Now I know shock can do stuff, but why is it she's smiling and laughing? This is weird.
Good. I'll get some heat going. Are you cold? Not too bad in here? Okay. I would like. Good morning. Alright, that's what you got.
Was there pot sent to my house because this?
Carol's not wrong around the court. Yes.
Okay. I was just double checking. Because I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
Okay.
I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her. Did this girl assault her mother? This is weird. I don't like weird. And she wasn't called to the crime scene. She showed up to the crime scene. Quick breakdown. Okay. Tyler Dazey is accused of ending his mother's life via hatchet and his mother's dog. This was in January. So this is quite well, some time ago. He was first deemed incompetent to stand trial. Then in a later hearing, he was deemed competent. After that, he refused to enter a plea of not guilty by the reason of insanity. And then he wrote a solve-sit letter about not wanting to be in court. And then they started the trial. The prosecution's opening statement, 14 minutes, just stating facts. The defense opening statement was, keep an open mind, 5 minutes. And now we are hearing the first witness of afternoon, day 1. Let's go back a few seconds and listen to that again.
Yes.
I was just double checking. 'Cause I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
Okay. 190. Transport you into the adult field to the law center.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't you want to play it? Because then you will get in front of it. Now it only looks like you're hiding something. Hi, Helen. Hi, Kiana.
And if you recall, was there anything on the drive that was evidentiary value?
There was not. I think we just kind of had small talk on the way down.
Okay.
Nothing of evidentiary value. She just told you she had a domestic case against her mother because her mother said she slapped her. How is that not of evidentiary value, Officer Lieutenant?
Now, I'm going to show you clip 2, and if you can kind of give an idea of.
I'm just going to set this bag outside here. Okay. Is there anything else on you that I should know about? Like just phone and. Perfect. Okay.
I don't think I have anything else.
Sounds good. Can I get you a water pop or anything like?
And where are you now?
This is at the Dubuque Law Enforcement Center in the CID area in an interview room.
Okay. And so far what we've seen as far as on the first clip and this clip, was that kind of the demeanor of Miss Frey throughout the interview?
I guess her demeanor was, she had multiple different kind of emotions in demeanor during my interview with her. But generally, for the most part, I would describe her as fairly calm. I mean,
okay.
If you did have it.
Fairly calm. Her demeanor isn't smiling, laughing, happy. Oh, Lieutenant Chad, what the frick? And that's a pile of cash. I don't like weird. Damn it, this was supposed to be a clear and cut case. We'd go through the motions so I could watch with you a clear and cut case. And this happens. Damn it.
I'll do a bottle of water. How about that? Yep. And then just give me a minute. I'll be back in. Okay. All right. Thanks, Kylie.
You put her in an interview room without recording her?
If so, could you start?
You put her in an interview room without the recorder on? This is a murder investigation, you tool. No, this was supposed to be clear and cut. No shenanigans. And on day 1 afternoon, shenanigans.
Start that. Yeah, Becky, if you would.
Okay, and there's one last clip that I'm going to play.
Okay.
Powers. Where were you at work? Yeah. Who came and told you? I got a phone call from the vendor, and then Gina called me said to get there. Gina posted these people, seriously.
And so, as far as you know, nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
This is 11:15 a.m., a good 3 hours after the 3.5 hours before they after they found her mother. And nobody got a hold of her, or she didn't answer the phone or anything. Something is off.
What? Gina and all them, they need to stop calling people. Well, they didn't tell me. I told them to tell me. Oh. But I'll call you once I'm done. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Well, I'll put the call in order for Grandma. Do you need us to get you somewhere, or you just gotta go to Grandma's? I'll let you know. Probably will need to come and get me. What? Probably will need to come and get me. I can't drive my car. My mom will drive me to be fixed. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I have a ride. What? I have a ride. You have a ride? Yeah, just go down there. I'll meet you down. Okay, go to Grandma's with you then. All right, love you. Love you. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, we can get that happen for you. You're welcome. Again, my name's Chad. I'm
Were you there when I called about the guy coming to my house down across Comiskey?
how long ago?
Not that long ago.
I don't think so.
I wish it was longer.
The last time I was down at Comiskey was probably a couple, 3 weeks ago, when there were some juvenile kids that broke out like the bus little hut thing, where like they were throwing some rocks at the glass.
This isn't an interview. She is leading this, not the lieutenant.
When the bus comes to pick them up, and they had broke that. So that was probably the last time I was on at Comiskey.
There was a guy at my house that I used to work for, or not work for, one of my customers actually came to my house for customer love, manic, and the guy that slipped my tire before that was the one who dropped off.
Not good.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which, while I'm here, I'm so sorry, I'm all over the board. While I'm here, what I'm able to ask about this after this.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll knock this out. I'll get a little information from you, and then we can go on and see what I can help you with. Okay. So let me describe your name.
I agree, Kiana. Weirder thing is that the cop here don't think anything is wrong. He's in front of a woman. He drove her from the crime scene. She showed up after they've been trying to call her for a good while, I assume, not getting a hold of her. Then she shows up, smiling, laughing, and telling him she had a domestic dispute with her mother. And you act like this? No alarm bells going off on you, Lieutenant Chad? Freak.
You guys, Kylie?
Kylie.
K-Y-L-I-E. What's your middle name?
N-A-N-N-E.
And last name?
Frey, F-R-E-Y. No matters.
Okay, so the last name is officially Frey, but you go by Daisy. Gotcha. Okay. And what's your date of birth?
3/18/2005.
Yeah, what's your current address?
2457 Jackson Street.
Is that a house or apartment?
It's a house, duplex.
Duplex, upstairs or downstairs?
My
Downstairs.
brother lives upstairs.
Okay, so that's considered the half then? Okay, and what's the phone number for Tyler?
563-580-1950.
Okay. All right. So again, basically I was just, asked with trying to get some more information from you about, what's going on today. Again, I'm very sorry for your mother's passing. And so from what I gathered, just listening to you, it sounds like grandparents.
That woman has been smiling and laughing for, I don't know, at least 20 minutes in recorded. And no red flags? She's smiling at his mother. Yeah, exactly.
Parents called you and told you about it.
No, I got a call. Well, first I got a call from my grandparents saying my neighbors are Bigfoots. We all have each other's numbers. We're old neighbors.
On Avoca?
Yeah. The one saw that ambulance was outside. My
Okay.
grandma called and say, hey, there's an ambulance outside. Can you get to the house?
To you, okay.
Can you get to the house? I said, at work I can't do much. I don't have a car. Then I texted Gina, which is the one that said she saw the ambulance.
Mhm.
And I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know, there's ambulance, and I would want to say she said Tyler was in cuffs. Pretty sure. And then I got a call from, who was it? I want to say I called Gina back, or she called me. Someone called me, one of them, and they said, you're here now. I said, what's going on? And of course, what's going on, then they told me.
And who Gina told you?
I want to say Ron was on the phone, but it was on Gina's phone.
Gotcha. Okay, what time did your grandma call you? See, like, there's an ambulance at the house together.
The first time was at 10.
10 o'clock exactly?
Well, it was 9:59 exactly.
9:59, perfect.
Sorry, I forgot the other.
No, that's good. And so, you said when she called it, you answered though, but you were at work?
Well, the first time I didn't answer, and then she called, or I called back. Right away.
Gotcha. Okay. And where do you work at?
Villages.
Those in? VI. It's a good place. How long you been there for?
I just went back. I was there for about a year and a half. That's right. I have been there for about a year and a half. So I went back.
Sure. Okay. So you call grandma back, and that's the one on Washington Street, and that's when she tells you that there's an ambulance at the house and you got to go. But
Yeah,
you
because
say,
my grandma, the smallest thing, she's got to get there.
yeah, right. And then you're at work, you're unable to go. Is that right?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't have my car. My car
Oh,
needs to be fixed.
Daddy, you already tried to save Jody Aries and Shayla to business. You don't need more crazy.
Because
you have your car.
my tire is slit, my elbow is messed up.
Oh.
I love it. Just so much.
Okay.
That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all good.
So then if you know not having a vehicle or not able to get there, then what kind of happened next, or who?
The other different neighbor, I don't remember her name, I used to work with her.
So she told him in the car that she had a domestic dispute with her mother, and so far, no questions about it.
I don't know her name. She came to that.
Okay. What time was that at, do you know?
Can the chat fill her in? I need
I
to
have like 360 when I
pay
say.
this through. Thank you for being here, Phoenix. I don't know if Phoenix is a she or a he. Sorry.
I was like, why am I doing that? It was at 10:56, or no. Yeah, 10:56. I was thrown off because I thought the time was before my grandma calling, but 10:56 is what I left. And I got there at 10:59. And that's why I had to go.
Oh, and that's when you talked to us there. Okay. And by that time, you already knew about
Oh, yeah.
what happened.
I knew on the phone because she said, or Ron was like, come. And I was like, well, I can't really, being a waitress is kind of hard.
Sure.
And me personally, I don't really deal with that. Hence why I'm so calm, kind of.
Yeah.
But I was like, what's the point of me leaving? Like, it sounds kind of heartless, but it's not like I can do much now.
Sure.
But
Have you had
with
like,
how they were reacting, I thought, okay.
you should go up, yeah. Have you had like previous experiences with this or
I walked into
why you
the
kind of
suicide.
say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a family member previously or
He
friend?
was my mom's ex-boyfriend, best friend. His name was Mike. He was at Denver.
Okay, how long ago was that?
About, let's say, 7 months.
Also recently? Okay.
Her mother seemed to be such a sweet person, and she managed to get 2 psycho children.
Is that Wood Street?
It was across the bridge. It was in Marina or whatever that area is for the campgrounds.
Oh, okay. In East of Duke there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was in his trailer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So by this time, you could obviously, you knew what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all lives at the house?
It was my brother and my mom. And then
Okay. And mom's Jen, correct?
yes.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
She goes by Jenny.
Jenny? Okay. And then brother is who again?
Tyler.
Tyler. And dog name?
Echo.
Echo? Okay. How long is it Jenny's house then?
Yeah.
And how long she lived there?
Okay, you can take down the. In your investigation, did you ever find out if she had any keys to the house?
I did not.
Okay, and some point during the investigation, she was saying some not nice things about Jenny. Is that correct?
Objection for hearsay.
It goes to her state of mind and also gives more context to the clips that we saw.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it again, please?
Yeah. Kylie said some not so nice things about her mother, correct?
I remember her talking about,
And I don't necessarily need specifics, but just.
she explained that she was involved in a domestic with her mother, where she was allegedly had slapped her foot, as far as not things that were not nice.
Okay. She say anything else that was, and again, I don't want the specifics, but did she say anything else that would be not as nice?
I'm gonna renew my.
Defense attorney is going on a fishing expedition. Whatever the daughter said about her mother seems to be quite gnarly. Why wouldn't you want this? Why don't you want to tell the court about this? And why doesn't the prosecution want this? Well, it might ruin the case. I wish that the prosecutors across the United States are allergic to microphones.
Well, this time you asked him, what did she say? I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay.
And during the.
He's the investigator. Didn't he write any of this down?
or at least at the beginning and towards the end, did she seem concerned about this criminal mischief charge she was a victim of?
Objection.
Well, I think your question was, did she seem concerned?
Yes.
You can testify about what you observed. Go ahead.
At the beginning of our interview, she did ask about like a status update on her criminal mischief case that she reported in December. Yes.
And did she ask about it again at the end?
I do not remember.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
Hey, Sagalina. Hey, Erica. Again, this was supposed to be a clear and cut case, and all of a sudden we see the victim's daughter laughing, smiling. We know about a domestic situation. Now, the accused, Tyler, he was definitely not nice, calling her the C word, a witch, and a lot of other things. But the daughter seems, I mean, why weren't no red flags, Lieutenant Chad? None?
Were you able to get possible passcodes for Jennifer Dazey's phone?
Kylie provided me 2 potential passcodes for her phone that I passed on to Criminal Investigations Division.
And do you recall if she mentioned anything about the Ring doorbells?
I do not.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
These questions are for hearsay, basically diving into.
If this is a part of the interview, he can testify about it. Seriously, prosecutor, why are you so adamant against the jury being allowed to evaluate this? Why?
Well, this question is, would it refresh your recollection? He said yes. Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And just for clarification, you're just saying go forward?
Yes. Go ahead and ask the next question you were going to ask.
Yeah, I don't want you to read it out loud. I want you to take a look yourself.
I don't like weird.
And be this first paragraph.
This is weird.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she mentioned the Ring doorbell?
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
Now I remember during the state's opening statement surrounding the doorbell cameras, it wasn't that it didn't show anything. It was, at least one of them was, they didn't retrieve anything, I believe. Whatever it was.
Yep. And did she end up mentioning the Ring doorbell?
Yes, she did mention the Ring doorbell.
Okay.
Why aren't he allowed to testify to what she said? I've been covering a lot of trials. There has never been an issue with a cop testifying about witness statements. Never. But here it is.
Did she give any indication where the ring doorbell system would be?
I don't remember. If I read that line of my report, I could probably tell you.
Okay, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Have fun, Dave. Have fun, Dave. Exactly, Skybat. This is not normal.
You can answer yes or no if you remember the question.
Could you repeat that again, please?
Yes. Did she give any indication where the account for her mother's ring doorbell would be?
Yes.
And if you can recall, where was that? The account, where would the account be?
The her mother's cell phone.
So she had access to her mother's cell phone and knew the passcode to her mother's cell phone. No, this is the defense, Gwendolyn. This is cross-examination.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, please, Your Honor. May I please publish Exhibit 8? Okay, Lieutenant, can you tell from these photos what the material of those steps is?
Appears to be wood.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, can we put up that photo of the prints? Okay. And can you tell from looking at this photo what the material is underneath the snow and the melted snow? Do you want to look at the actual picture?
No, that's okay. It appears to be concrete.
Okay. So that would not be on any one of those steps, correct, Lieutenant?
That's correct. The step material.
Then why didn't you show it, prosecutor, if it was that clear?
Material didn't, from that image, appear to be concrete.
Okay. And that concrete would be closer to the driveway area, correct?
Yes, the driveway was concrete.
Okay. Now, there was that brief discussion about the prints in that photo. Okay, that photo isn't very great because snow is white and it's hard to discern what's in there. Is that accurate?
That's true.
Okay, so did you look at all the photos of the exterior when you were investigating or in preparation for trial?
Yes,
And you said you looked at those photos up close?
that's correct.
Okay. Were they human prints?
No, as I said before, it appeared that they were an animal or more specifically deer footprints.
Okay. Now, there was the footage of Ms. Frey and your initial contact with her and things of that nature that Mr. Hoover discussed with you. Did you observe her to cry and tear up at moments throughout all of your contact with her?
Yes, I did.
In what? Then show it. Oh yeah, you can't, because he turned his body cam off and the camera in the interview room wasn't on.
And in fact, in the end of that third clip, does she appear to be wiping a tear from her face?
That's correct. That's when she began to tear up or cry.
Okay. And I believe she said in that third clip, "I love it. It's so much. That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens. And I don't do death, or I don't handle death." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes my memory isn't always the best, but you said you are an officer for Dubuque for 9 years.
Yes.
How old of a man are you, Lieutenant?
I am 31 years old.
Okay. And in your 9 years as an officer, and 31 years, have you had multiple calls with people responding to death or grief?
Yes.
And would you say they all respond in the same way?
I would not. It really varies on call to call on how people handle.
then why didn't you bring this up on direct examination? This is weird. I don't like when weird stuff happens in a trial. If this wasn't of concern of the prosecution, then why not bring it up on direct examination?
Death, grief, and then, of course, being questioned by the police afterwards.
Okay, it's a traumatic, stressful experience.
I would say so.
Would you be able to say you would be able to predict how a certain person would respond to grief or trauma?
No.
So you wouldn't say that the way she reacted is...
If you have knowledge that there is a domestic dispute regarding the daughter and the mother, and the daughter being happy, laughing, smiling during the entirety of the interview, would that be of concern for you, Lieutenant Chad? What the frick?
It's unusual, generally speaking.
No.
Nothing else.
That's bull.
Mr. Hoover?
Would you say there's a difference in how women and men react to bad news?
I guess I can answer that in general.
Yeah, in general.
I would suggest that men try to be a little bit tougher, hold tears back, where sometimes women can be more emotional. But again, it just, in my 9 years of being a police officer, just responded to quite a few death calls. It's really just across the board on how people react to them.
And there's no doubt in your mind that there were footprints on the stairs themselves, correct?
I never physically walked up to those stairs and looked at them. I can say that it certainly appeared that someone had stepped on those stairs or there's footprints because that snow was patted down.
Okay.
Then why did you say no disturbance? When you now say, oh, there were footprints. And why didn't you why aren't there any crime scene photos of those footprints?
No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a clear difference between nervous laughter and her smiling throughout the interview, the car ride. No, that's not normal.
Another witness for the state?
It's 10-2. Would you like to take a break, Judge?
We can, if that's a good natural spot for you.
Right before the next witness to come up, so we can get, there's also other items to bring down.
Okay, that's fine. Folks.
All right, skipping ahead. This is so strange. And I got a message on X, Twitter, that apparently it might get stranger.
Everyone. Okay, another witness for the state.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Investigator Isaiah Hoff.
Isaiah? How do you spell that?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
It's Isaiah Hoff, ISAIAH,
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Hoff. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you are employed for the City of Dubuque Police Department.
That's correct.
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
Approximately 12 and a half years.
Okay. And what is your current designation in the City of Dubuque Police Department?
Currently, I'm a corporal within the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And let's start with the Criminal Investigations Division. What is that?
It is a unit with...
Yeah, I'm going to speed it up.
CID takes on a case.
So there are really two different ways that CID can get involved in a case. The first would be kind of that referral form. A patrol officer may respond.
I don't know, Fanzais, why it seems like the prosecution really did not want anything about the daughter in. And the defense said, oh no. Her laughing, giggling, smiling throughout the entirety of the clips we watched. Yeah, you can. That's important. And the defense said that the daughter has no alibi. There is nothing between, late evening up until she showed up on the crime scene where she can account for. That was in the defense opening statement.
To a theft or a robbery, they may take the initial report and recognize, hey, there's no need for immediate action on this tonight, but this is going to require some specialty training.
We are still. This is day one afternoon, so we are still on day one. Day two is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. in about a half an hour. So we are going through this the afternoon, and then we will jump into the live. Okay.
So that will get sent off to the CID division. They're with crime. So
A case investigation, just like you described.
Yes.
And where was that at?
1605 Avoca Street,
And what county is that in, investigator?
Dubuque County.
And what was, I'm assuming you then responded to 1605 Avoca Street.
Yeah, so what had happened was we were all, many of the investigators were in the basement at the law enforcement center doing an unrelated training. Officers down there did have radios on. We could hear that patrol units had responded to 1605 Avoca Street for a suspicious death. Listening to the radio traffic, it wasn't quite clear what was going on, but it was evident from the radio traffic that it was kind of a chaotic scene. Lots of officers were responding. They were requesting additional units. We basically got up, left the training, went upstairs, grabbed our go bags, which is our evidence processing gear, and we all hopped in the car and headed out to 1605 Avoca Street to assist.
Okay, so once you arrived, what happened?
So I arrived on scene. Officers were still an active scene. I made contact with a couple of officers on the perimeter, one of them being Lieutenant Crable. Tried to gather some additional details about what was going on. As we're kind of talking, it's communicated to us that there was still one individual inside, possibly.
Okay, let's see. There will be crime scene pictures shown, including dog and mother. When those appear, I will do this. You will still be able to listen to the testimony, and I will describe what we see. But I will never, if I can help it, show crime scene photos of deceased individuals or animals on my streams. Okay?
One individual inside the house who was unaccounted for, the person that had been witnessed by Christy Folman upon her arrival. As we're standing out there, one of the officers comes on over the radio and basically says, we have one in custody inside the house. It was at that time.
I'm going to pause you for just a second. One in custody in the house. Tell me very generically what that means.
That is just a very generic term. If someone is placed in handcuffs, detained, it's just one in custody to alert the other officers outside that there is one person detained inside the house.
Okay, and I want you to continue explaining. So you said that you heard over the radio one was in custody. And as you're explaining, I did set up State's Exhibit 4A, which is the diagram, if you want to point out areas that will assist you in your explanation. Okay, so after you heard we have one in custody, what did you do?
So I'm assuming you guys are all kind of familiar with the layout of this. This area on top would be Avoca Street. I was kind of gathered outside of the house up here. When we had heard that there was one in custody, I then entered through the front door into the enclosed porch and then into the house. I drew my service pistol to basically assist with the clearing of the home.
Okay. And so once you arrived inside the home, what did you do?
So officers were in this bedroom on the back side of the house. So again, I came through here into that little hallway and into this bedroom.
What did you see when you walked into the bedroom?
So Officer Slight had one person detained in handcuffs. This individual was completely nude. He was on his left side, kind of facing the wall away from me. And he was more or less trying to talk to or communicate with this individual.
Okay. And did you know at that point who that individual was?
I did not.
Speculation. Pure speculation, folks. Sorry. If you wanted to pin a murder on someone, and you have a brother that is severely challenged, borderline psychotic, that would be quite easy to point fingers, wouldn't it?
Officer Slight was calling this individual Tyler, kept using his name. I learned later that, again, Christy Fulman had informed officers that Tyler was the individual inside the house who was still unaccounted for. And I believe Officer Slight had some prior interaction.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. So you had heard him referred to as Tyler. Did you learn his full identity at some point throughout the investigation?
Yes, he was positively identified as Tyler Dazey.
The defendant in this case?
That's correct.
Okay, so you saw him in the corner of the room, and you heard Officer Slight talking to him a bit. What did you do at that point?
Well, officers were still in the process of clearing the residence when I had arrived. The basement had been cleared and the main level was cleared. One thing that isn't shown on this diagram is, I'm going to try not to hit you with this laser. I'm really sorry if I do. So in this back bedroom, there is a door that leads to a stairwell that leads up to an attic. When I entered into the residence, that still hadn't been cleared. So there were multiple patrol officers who were in the process of clearing that attic. I basically stood by with Officer Slight while we waited for the house to be fully cleared.
Okay, and did the other officers clear the whole house?
Yes, no one else was located inside the home.
Okay, so after that was completed, what happened next?
Mr. Dazey, Tyler, he was rolled over onto his side.
Okay, and what did you observe about him?
So again, he was fully nude, as I stated. When he was rolled over, Mr. Dazey did have an erection.
Yeah.
Okay. The objection's overruled. Go ahead. You can finish your answer.
So when he was rolled over, I noted, and as did the other officers in the room, that Tyler, his penis was fully erect. Based off statements with Officer Slight, he was the one who was handling Tyler. He made the comment that he felt a little wet.
Okay. Did you have to help?
Felt a little wet. Why is this necessary? I don't know why this is necessary.
Help him up?
Yes, he was helped to his feet because he was handcuffed behind his back, yes.
Okay, did he make any mention of any injuries or anything of that nature?
He had some complaint about pain in his wrist. Officer Slight did readjust his handcuffs. He had, again, continued complaints about his wrist, but kind of stated that it always kind of hurts him.
Do you recall which wrist?
I believe it was his right wrist.
Okay, and so initially in that clip, Tyler was handcuffed. Can you explain to me why you did that? So
officers had entered into a very chaotic scene. There was a obvious homicide that had occurred within the home. They had located Tyler inside the house where this had happened. They really had no further details as to what had occurred, what his level of involvement in this was. The scene was still being searched. It was an active crime scene. It's just a step that is taken to secure all individuals until we kind of have a chance to take a deep breath, figure out what's going on, come up with a plan of attack. Okay, so you said that he had been secured and helped up, and while Officer Slight was with Tyler getting him secured, what did you do during that time? I stood by with him at one point. Once the residence was secured, I did step off into the master bedroom over here where Jennifer Dazey was located. Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Investigator, I'm handing you what I previously marked as Case Exhibit 9. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of the view of the master bedroom from the door, showing the bed and then the deceased body of Jennifer Dazey.
Is that how that bedroom appeared on January 18, 2024 when you were on scene at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor.
9 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, can you use your laser pointer there and point out what you were looking at in this photo while you were on scene?
Yep, so this would be a view if you were standing in that door right here, looking into the room.
Now
you can see the...
Now they are showing crime scene photos with the deceased victim. And as I said earlier, I will not show that on my stream.
Large bed. You can see Jennifer Dazey. You can't tell from these photos, but it was clear in person that she was missing 2 of her fingers on her right hand. One had been completely severed. The other one was just barely hanging on by a small amount of flesh. There was a significant amount of blood pooled around her neck. The way she was positioned and the positioning of the sheets kind of created like a pool, an area where the blood pooled and didn't really have much of a place to go. So she had significant injuries to her face and her neck, which was responsible for the large amount of blood that was pooling around her.
Okay, and at this point, you're still dealing with Tyler. You just went in for a cursory view of that scene. You hadn't started processing it at this point.
Exactly.
Okay, so you took a look of the bedroom, and did you return then to assist with Tyler?
I did.
What did you do with him?
So Tyler was placed into a Tyvek suit. We just knew based off the totality of the circumstances that we were not going to allow him to remain in the home while we processed the scene because he was naked and fully erect. We didn't, and it was cold out. We didn't want to parade him outside again due to the weather and to protect him from being put in an embarrassing situation. We wanted to get him covered up. We were also concerned about any possible trace evidence on his person. Trace evidence would be any smaller evidence such as, dirt, small amounts of blood, hairs that could be, damaged or brushed away easily. The decision was made at that point to put him in what we call a Tyvek suit. That's basically a full jumpsuit that kind of seals everything in. It's kind of what you see like hazmat guys wear. They've got the booties, zips up, covers it up the hands. It's a hood and everything. And so we made the decision to put him in that one to fully cover him up so he wasn't naked when he left the home. And also if there was any physical evidence on him, that would then be left in the suit and couldn't be destroyed or tampered with.
Okay, so, and he was still in his bedroom when you officers put him in the Tyvek suit?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where did you all go from there?
So again, the decision was made to bring him out of the home. He was escorted from his bedroom into the living room. And while we were standing in the living room, we more or less we're working on determine what exactly should happen with him, whether he should be brought directly to the law enforcement center for possible processing in an interview, or if he needed some additional medical attention.
Okay, and did he say anything to you while you were observing him, or did he say anything while you were observing him?
We asked him numerous times if he had taken any drugs or anything like that, if he was doing okay, if he was hurt. He denied taking any drugs, denied being hurt other than his wrist, which was previously addressed. He made the comment, I'm good. At one point, he told us that he had to urinate. We asked him if he would be willing to wait for a little bit until we got him somewhere where he could do that. And basically, he made the decision to urinate in a suit while we were standing in the living room.
So his appearance gave law enforcement some concerns that he needed to be checked out of the hospital.
Yes, there were numerous reasons why we were concerned. He didn't appear to grasp the gravity of the situation. The fact that there were multiple officers inside his house, that he was being detained in handcuffs, that he was being escorted out of his home, didn't really respond the way you would expect someone to respond, did not ask a lot of questions about what was going on, why we were there, what was going on. We were unsure if he had, again, taken some sort of drug or some other substance, alcohol, something like that. If he had possibly witnessed something traumatic happened in the home, had something happen to him, had he witnessed something, was this some sort of PTSD type of response? We had no idea. We're not doctors. We just wanted to get him in front of some medical professionals who kind of better evaluate him.
Okay, so did you take him to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
I'm not positive who transported him up there.
That's okay. Did you have any other personal contact with the defendant after he was taken to the hospital?
After he left the house, no.
Okay. So Tyler is now gone from the scene. What happened next?
We kind of regrouped inside the home, kind of talked about what needed to happen next, kind of talked about what everyone's observations were. We recognized that we were going to need to apply for a search warrant before we could process the scene. Basically, there's 2 ways that we're able to go into a private residence and...
Okay. The next half hour will be crime scene photo, or next hour or so. But a reminder that Mr. Dazey, Tyler Dazey, was first deemed not competent to stand trial, and then on the second hearing, he was deemed competent to stand trial. And he wrote a letter to the judge, or to whom it may concern, that sounded sausage. And he refused to enter a plea of not guilty due to the insanity defense. I'm starting to realize why. This was supposed to be a clear and cut case. And then I saw the sister's interview, and now I'm not so sure anymore.
Remain there and basically do our police work. One is to be invited in and allowed to do that. The other would be to obtain a search warrant. We knew in this case it was going to require a search warrant, so we kind of met up, talked about what everyone had seen so that we had all the available information when it came to drafting the search warrant.
Okay, and you were the one who drafted all those search warrants, right?
Yes.
Before you did that, did you observe anything noteworthy in the house?
I did. So there was like a nylon sheath or a holster on the dining room table. Again, the dining room would be located here. At the time, there was a table in the corner. On that table was a black nylon sheath that said SOG, S-O-G. I was not familiar with that brand, but Officer Slight informed me that this is a...
Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. You learned that that matches some kind of an item.
Yeah, so through...
Well, yeah. I mean, you're asking what he was told by someone else. Ask another question.
Did you on your own do any investigation as to what that item was?
Yes, I performed numerous Google searches. I located a brand called SOG, which specializes in tactical knives and hatchets.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
10. Handing you what say is marked as State's Exhibit 10. Can you take a look through those? I think there's 3 there. Okay, and what are those photos of?
It's 3 different photos of basically the same thing. It's kind of an overall photograph of that dining room area. It's a closer view of that table in the corner of the dining room, and then it's a close-up shot of the nylon SOG brand tactical hatchet holster.
Okay, and does this appear the same way as it did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
No objection. 10 is admitted.
And publish?
Yes.
This would be the hatchet. Well, we are looking at other crimes.
Okay, the first photo in that group, investigator, can you point out what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so again, this would be the photographer was kind of standing in that next to kind of those pillars that the partial walls that separate the living room from the dining room. Looking back towards the kitchen, you can see the refrigerator in the background. Off to the right-hand side is that table that I previously referred to.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did you point out what was on the table?
So
we know. The only thing we know is that a palm print of his is on the weapon supposed to be the murder weapon.
So it's tough to see from this view, but right here would be the SOG brand holster.
Okay, and can you just point out again on the diagram where this room is and where the pillars you referenced is?
So this would be where the photographer is standing, and then the shot is going to be shooting this way, kind of into the dining room, into the kitchen.
Okay, and then here's what is saying. Tell me about this photo.
Just a slightly different angle, closer view of the table. Off to the right-hand side is the small hallway in the bathroom.
Okay, and the item still on the table there?
Yep.
Okay, and what is this?
Again, that's the nylon sheath or the nylon holster, which was located on the table.
Okay, do you know what that is next to it there?
Dog toy.
Okay. All right, so we previously talked about you drafting the search warrants. Tell me exactly what you drafted search warrants for.
So I drafted 2 different search warrant applications. One was for the person of Tyler Dazey. We treat people's bodies as a separate residence, or we still need permission before we can process their body. As part of his search warrant application, I requested that we be able to take any photographs of his person. I asked that we obtain any blood evidence that may be on his person, and then collect any trace evidence through either fingernail clippings or scrapings, obtain his known DNA from what we call known buccal swabs, obtain penile swabs from him, just process his body for any trace evidence. The second search warrant I drafted was for the actual residence at 1605 Avoca Street. That search warrant included a request to search and seize any blood evidence inside the home, any trace evidence, any latent fingerprints. And specifically, it named that we were searching and looking to seize any, sharp bladed instruments, anything that could possibly create the injuries from what we saw on Miss Daisy.
Okay, so let's get started then with the search warrant for the home at 1605 Avoca Street. May I approach?
Yes.
11. I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 11. It's a packet of photos. Can you look through all of them and just tell me in a very generic sense what they are?
So these are overall photographs of the interior of the residence at 1605 Avoca Street.
And do they appear in these photos how they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
No objection.
11 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
Okay, investigator, we'll just kind of go through these photos one by one. You can also reference the diagram here to show context to where they're at as you're discussing them, okay? In the first photo here, what are we looking at?
So the photographer would be inside the enclosed porch. That would be the front door leading into the living room. One thing to note here, it's a little bit hazy, but this would be a Ring doorbell that would be mounted on the front of the home.
Okay. And then looking in through that door, can you point out where those pillars are?
Yeah, so this would be the pillar on the north side of the room.
Okay. The next photo here, what are we looking at?
So this is an additional view of the living room. Again, this is the opposite pillar on the south side of the room. You can kind of see into the dining room area. This would be the door to the kitchen. This is a sectional L-shaped couch. Right here is something to note. What we believe to be the family dog was located kind of underneath these blankets.
Kind of wrapped up in the blanket?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this photo, what are we looking at?
So this is, I misspoke, it's not a sectional or L-shaped couch, it's just kind of set up in an L, but this would be the kind of the corner of the home. The couch kind of goes in that L shape. The dog would be located up here. This would be the coffee creamer that Christy Folman brought by for morning coffee and set on that end table.
Okay, and that chair that's next to that table, that's against the wall facing Avoca Street, the front of the home.
Yeah, so this is along the front of the home. This is along the south end of the home.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at in this photo?
Again, these pillars are just going to keep coming up as like kind of a frame of reference, but this would be the pillar. This would be our living room. This is the table where the nylon sheath was located. This would be the entrance into that small hallway that gave access to the bedrooms. This would be what we later learned was Jennifer Dazey's purse.
Okay, and if you're in that doorway and you went and you turned right, whose bedroom would you be going to?
Jennifer's.
If you turned left?
Tyler's.
All right. Okay, where are we at here, investigator?
Again, we're back in the dining room. Our table is directly off to right-hand side here into the kitchen. You can't see it, but you can access the basement through a door here, and you kind of access a back like mudroom pantry area through that little opening there.
Okay, do you have any knowledge as to what room Christy Folman was in when officers were there?
My understanding is that she was located in the back of the house here.
Okay, in that.
Thank you so much, Bree, for your super sticker. And it is it's a unicorn. Thank you. Thank you for your $1 super sticker. Thank you so much for your support of my channel. Thank you.
Pantry type area that you called it.
Mudroom area, yeah.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is just an additional view. You'd be standing right next to the refrigerator here. This would be the pantry mudroom and then the exit out of the home. If you walk into this room and take a quick left, that would be the way to exit the residence.
Okay. Then this photo.
Again, that's just the door leading to the outside from the back of the house.
Okay. And here.
So this is a shot into Tyler's bedroom. If you're standing next to the bathroom, which is right here, looking in, this would have been the view of the officers who first encountered Tyler. He would have been laying among these blankets, and he would have been facing the wall there.
Okay. And here?
This would be if you turned 180 degrees around, you're now looking back down the hallway into Jennifer's room.
Okay, that's the last one on that. I will be putting up more shortly, just so you know. Okay. All right, so that was the general layout of the house. When you searched the residence more thoroughly, did you start in the kitchen?
I did.
Tell me about, did you observe anything in the kitchen? Anything collected for evidence?
Nothing collected for evidence there.
Okay. Observe anything that made you concerned or anything in the kitchen area whatsoever?
No blood evidence in there.
Any signs of a disturbance?
No.
Okay. After the kitchen then, what did you process next?
I believe the next place I went into was the bedroom where Tyler Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
12.
Thank you, Lynn Britton, member for 1 month. Yes, thank you for amazing coverage. Thank you for being a member. I do my best here. And if anybody else is thinking about, hey, I want to be a member too, it's $3 a month and you get access to all my members only content. And it's a lot of it. It's really a lot of it. And you get access to special emojis. I will put them up here. There they are. That one is for my boomer moments. All right. So yeah, thank you for being a member. Thank you again.
What I marked as Exhibit 12, it's a group of just 3 photos. What are those photos of?
Photos of Tyler's room.
And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yep.
Move to Investigator Exhibit 12.
Okay.
12 is admitted.
Okay. The first photo, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Again, the photographer would be standing in the doorway. This is the makeshift bed. Tyler didn't actually have a bed in his room. He just kind of slept on various blankets and comforters. That's where he would have been located. Right here is the door to the attic, which I mentioned or noted previously.
Okay. And here?
Just an additional view. This is a large Cobalt brand tool chest that he had in his room.
And is there a backpack in there?
There is, yep.
Okay. Did you learn anything about that backpack?
Yeah, so once it came to
Lawcom Express asked how much blood was found on Tyler. Apparently, none. And the prosecution claims that Tyler Dazey had a shower. But we heard from a previous witness, she didn't, when she saw him, he didn't look wet. Now, he was completely naked, but it didn't seem wet. Now, the previous officer said that on touch, he seemed wet, but if that is the case, I need to see evidence of the shower, because if he showered, then the drain should have evidence, the shower drain, of blood evidence, hair evidence. I mean, just go through, because you can shower if you are doing all the deeds and you get soaked with blood and you shower it off, the shower drain should show that. I mean, luminol, because you can't wash everything down. Luminol, black light, and it would show. That is what I need to see if the prosecution claims he took a shower.
Time to actually search the room, search the residence, located, I believe Captain Style located at least 2 knives in that bag.
Okay. Tactical gear, is that what you'd call it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next photo?
Again, that's just an additional.
No, Gwendolyn, member for 3 months, asks, is that why they mentioned that he was wet? I would assume so. But again, I really need to see that evidence, not just cops claiming he felt wet. Well, that could be sweat. I need to see the actual evidence for it.
Will be with the large cobalt tool chest, which he had in his room.
Okay, did you see any blood splatter in that room?
I did not.
Did you see any
Thank you, Kwana. They didn't test the shower curtain. Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't.
disturbance of any sort?
No.
And did you locate anything that had identifying information for Tyler Dazey?
I did, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was clear that he was living in the room. There were there in the laundry baskets here. There were numerous shirts from Tri-State Quality Metals that had Tyler embroidered across the chest.
Okay. And was Tyler Dazey's wallet or driver's license also located within the home?
Within the home, yes.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter, or did you collect anything from that room?
We did collect some things from that room. We didn't collect any, again, there was no blood spatter within the room, but we did collect certain things from the room. We collected all the blankets that he was kind of using as a makeshift bed that he had kind of been wrapped up when we first came in contact with him.
Did any of those items appear to have any blood on them?
Not that we observed, no.
Okay.
So the theory is that he did the deed, got into his room. There are no traces of blood between his mother's room and his room. No appearance of blood on the blankets he slept on. I don't like strange. Most of the evidence in this case so far points at Mr. Tyler Dazey as the perp. It does. I just don't like when evidence that should be there isn't.
After you went there, did you assist in the search of the bathroom?
I did.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
13. Handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 13. Take a look through that group. And what is this a group of photos of?
Just some additional photos of the bathroom.
Okay, and is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
Oh,
Okay.
13 is admitted.
See you later.
Okay, we'll go through these one by one again. Tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
We're just looking into the bathroom from the hallway. We kind of noted that there were several towels that were kind of tossed down on the floor, kicked against the bathtub. Looked like someone had showered and just kind of left the towels there.
Okay, so the shower curtain is obviously where the shower is located. Yep. Where is the toilet and sink located if you're looking at this photo?
So it's a really small bathroom. If you walk in and kind of turn off to your right, you're going to locate the sink, and then the toilet's kind of tucked in the corner.
Okay, so the toilet is right behind that door?
Yes.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at here then?
So again, that's the sink. We can see the tub over here. We can see the bathroom over here.
Okay. Does it appear from this that there's some kind of shelf above the toilet?
Yes.
I don't see any blood.
All right, next one.
So this is an additional photo of the shelving unit. If you stood, if a man stood to use the toilet, they would be kind of facing those shelves. So shelves would kind of be at varying levels, kind of like shoulder length or shoulder height, head height, stuff like that. This is a SOG brand tactical tomahawk that was resting on the shelves. It was the top part, the actual hatchet was, or the tomahawk was on the shelving unit, but a majority of the actual handle was kind of just left dangling.
Okay, I have not seen this, but for reference, In order to clean blood from a hatchet, a knife, anything sharp that is being used, you have to cover it in bleach. And then you have evidence of bleach and an attempt to cover things up. Just water will not clean blood. There will be traces of blood. So I really hope that the prosecution can show that axe had evidence of blood on it.
Angling off, almost as though someone had just like quickly set it down and it was right there.
Okay. All right. And then this photo.
So again, it's just an additional photo of how the tactical tomahawk had been set down on top of the shelf. Again, this just kind of better demonstrates how much of that handle was hanging out and how it's almost just like resting on there. And again, the toilet would be directly below it. If a man was standing in front of the toilet to use it, basically you'd get poked with that hatchet the way it was sticking out. It's a very tight squeeze in that bathroom.
Okay. What's that item next to the blade of the...
Iron Rabbit, thank you so much. Gifted 10 memberships. To Sir Frank Otter, SB, Reformed Convict, Bree H, Phoenix, Rabbit Rooster, D. Robertson, Robert Taylor, Funzais, Missy Boo. Everybody, give a big thank you to Iron Rabbit. Now, I'm a guy. I have shelf close to the toilet. I would never put anything there that stuck out and hindering me from going to the toilet. Now, I have no idea who Tyler Dazey is. Maybe he does that all the time, plays things so it sticks out. But you guys in the chat, you tell me, do you ever put stuff in your bathroom that sticks out that so you can't use it properly? Another thing, this is weird. I do not like weird.
The hatchet.
So this is just some sort of vape. Again, whether it was nicotine or THC, I don't have an answer to that, but it was some sort of vape device.
Okay. And here, what are we looking at?
Just an additional photo, again, showing the top of that tactical tomahawk, a better shot of the vape pen or the vape device.
Okay. So did you collect that hatchet then?
Yeah, the first person into the bathroom actually collected it, but I assisted with the packaging of that hatchet.
Okay, so you assisted with the packaging of the hatchet. What did you do with it after it was packaged?
Once it was packaged, it was set aside for transport to the law enforcement center and then further processing at the state lab.
Okay, at the state crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, and did you package it up and send it to them in its entirety, or did you do any testing on that hatchet first?
No, based off what we were seeing inside the house, we believe there would be some trace evidence on there. When it comes to evidence, kind of the more you kind of handle stuff, tamper with it, move it around, the more likelihood you have of destroying the integrity of that evidence. Something like that, we just want to put it in a box, seal it up, and let someone with even additional training and experience kind of run their tests on there.
So when you sent it to the lab, what kind of testing were you anticipated they would do on this item?
We made some requests for a couple of different kinds of testing. We wanted them to test for DNA and blood evidence, and we also asked that they test for latent fingerprints or anything like that might be on there.
Okay, very good. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 14 and State's Exhibit 15. I'm going to hand you 15 first. What is 15?
So 15 is the SOG brand nylon sheath that keeps being mentioned, which was located on the dining room table.
Okay, and I would move to admit State's Exhibit 15.
No objection. 15 is admitted.
Sorry, my cousin stopped by, so I had to have a bit of a talk with him. Okay.
And then 14, I realized I put the sticker on the outside of this evidence box, okay? Tell me what is contained within the box.
So inside that box is a sealed SAW tactical tomahawk, which is sealed in heat seal plastic. Also in there are some swabs, which were.
They did swab it, but was it what kind of evidence?
Collected by the DCI laboratory in relation to their testing, which are sealed in a separate package.
Okay, and there's tape and things. You guys always package evidence to ensure the chain of custody, so no foreign hands, so to speak, are on.
What? They keep chain of custody? Somebody call Alice. Tell him you can actually follow chain of custody if you document everything. Amazing.
On it?
That's correct.
Okay, I would move to him at State's Exhibit 14.
I just look at the box. Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna have him open it.
Okay.
So I just didn't want to touch it myself. So I was gonna have him open it. Do you want to see it? Oh, that's fine. We can take the label off. We can put a new label on the inside. Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, no objection as long as the box doesn't go back.
Exhibit 14 is admitted.
Okay. If you want to open that, investigator, and then when you are done, can the witness step down to show the jury judge?
Yes.
Okay, if you could step down as soon as you're done and with bring both items and show them to the
Use
jury.
gloves.
So this
Okay,
would be
in the
the tactical tomahawk, which we located in the bathroom. Again, this was a
I need testimony about blood evidence on that one.
for purposes of presentation to you guys today. This was what was collected package and sent to the laboratory. And then here, exhibit 15, this again would be that nylon holster, which would have been located on the kitchen table. And again, so it was pretty evident to us that these belong together.
Okay, and then, may I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
I put the sticker. Okay, and then we'll just put that in that box.
Now, I know it says here that it is 2 hours left of testimony. No, it is not. We have one break and the final 15 minutes of this stream, there is no content. So, yeah. And then we will move directly into day 2 live. And we will be caught up because I will be playing it in 1.25. And we can skip the breaks. Yeah, exactly. I agree there. That should have been objected to. He was asked to show items, not testify while showing. That's narration, and narration is not allowed. Shouldn't be allowed.
Okay.
No,
Sorry, just give me 1 second, okay?
Officer.
We take that. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Did you collect any items from the bathroom or any specimens?
Yeah, so we, again, we collected that vape. We collected those towels that were kind of balled up on the ground in front of the tub. So again, it looked as though someone had, the last person who showered may have tossed those down once they were wrapped up. There was a towel hanging on the towel rack, which was also seized. We did seize the shower curtain. There was kind of a pinkish reddish substance on it. Didn't look like it was quite consistent with blood, but whenever we're processing a crime scene, we would rather take more and find out we don't need it or find out later it wasn't blood than leave evidence at the scene.
Somebody call Prosecutor Lally. You can take more evidence than you need, just in case you need it, because it's better to collect many pieces of evidence immediately than wait a month and then discover them. I have not heard anything about them checking the drain yet, Heather Mosher.
We also collected a swab from the sink. Inside the sink, there was what looked like a blood droplet on the sink. And so that dried blood would have been collected. We also collected a swab from the area around the bathtub drain. We attempted to remove the drain to kind of access the P-trap to maybe access any trace evidence. We were unable to, so we had to settle for kind of swabbing that area.
You absolute moron. That is when you call in crime scene technicians to remove it. You didn't swab inside the drain? Please, prosecution, tell me there went crime scene investigators afterwards to remove the shower drain. Now, if there isn't anything around, because that area around the shower drain, that should show indications at least. But it's the shower drain itself. That is what's important. Seriously, for frick's sake. Oh, this is supposed to be a clear and cut case, and they are still cutting corners.
Hopefully collect any trace evidence.
Okay, and you also saw items that you swabbed in the living room and the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Joey, 16. I'll first hand you State's Exhibit.
And if he did shower, so far he hasn't said if the towels were wet, just that they collected it. He still hasn't said anything about if the shower itself had water still in it, indicating there was a recent shower.
16, take a look at those photos. Okay, and what generally is depicted within those photos?
Just kind of the areas that where swabs were collected when we processed the bathroom.
Okay, and then number 17.
Okay.
What are those?
Would have been possible blood spatter, which was located in the living room, dining room, and hallway.
Okay, and these photos looked as the scene did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Who could admit State's Exhibit 16 and 17?
16 and 17 are both admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
All right, investigator. You were talking, I believe, about the item depicted in this photo. Can you explain it just again?
So this is the shower curtain. This is kind of that pinkish reddish substance that was on there. We seized the whole curtain just in case, but looking at it closely, it certainly looked much more like maybe nail polish or paint or something than blood. It's just too bright and pink.
Okay. And then here in this photo?
Yeah, so this is the bathroom sink. Placard number 9 marks the dried blood droplet in the sink. That photo is kind of washed out.
Yeah.
Is this taken by a click thing, immediate photo thing? This is a horrible photo. Or is it a photocopy? Jesus. That's a horrible
Can't
photo.
point out exactly where that blood droplet is in the photo, but there was one present there and that was collected.
And it was close somewhere to the drain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then this one, I'm sorry, these photos are not great. But what's in this one?
That's the bathtub drain. Again, the area that we kind of swabbed was just kind of around there with the hopes of possibly collecting some trace evidence.
Okay. Okay, that's it. And then we'll move on to Exhibit 17.
All right. Now we are getting into the poor doggy. Hey, Nana Misty, thank you for your $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Your support is much appreciated. Now, that bathtub looked like it had a side that you could just fold up and remove. And they didn't. They couldn't access. Now, these are bad crime scene photos. But that didn't look like a built-in bathtub at all. That looked like a classic bathtub where the side could easily be taken off and to access the actual shower drain. Thank you again, Nana Misty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is weird. I do not like weird when it comes to trials. Again, most of the evidence points to Tyler, but no, I don't like weird, because weird means not beyond a reasonable doubt. Now we're just going to listen to the testimony, because now it's Echo the pup on crime scene photos, and I will not show that. Poor pup.
What are we looking at here?
We are back in the living room.
They are showing a picture of the living room and the sofa, and you can see Echo on the sofa.
There is some dried blood on the floor by number 2. Number 3 was just what appeared to be a fiber. It was just, we didn't know whether or not it would have been trace evidence or not, so it was placarded. Number 1 indicates the deceased dog that we located on the couch, Echo.
What about number 4 in the back of that photo?
Yep, so number 4 is some additional dried blood that was located on the floor. Again, this is kind of those pillars that we keep referencing. That pillars that kind of separates the living room from the dining room.
Okay. And then this photo?
So this is just outside of Jennifer's room. The carpeted area would be the entrance to Jennifer Dazey's room. Both 5 and 6. Number 5 is more visible. Dried blood on the floor. 6 also marked.
Okay, so there are blood droplets leading out from her room. I haven't heard testimony about droplets from Jenny's room to the defendant's room.
A spot of dried blood on the floor.
Okay, so you collected swabs from those items.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain how you do that?
Yeah, so anytime we're dealing with blood spatter on items that are too big for us to just fully collect, again, something like a hatchet, we'll just pick it up and preserve all of that. Well, we're not going to dig up the floor to send that off. So we have to collect the blood. So what we do is we'll take oversized cotton swab, we'll kind of wet it with some sterile water. And then as you rub that stain, it kind of, I guess you could say, rehydrates the blood, and then it transfers from the floor onto that swab. That swab is then placed in a box, a small box. That box is then sealed up in an envelope. And then
no red Solo cups here. They actually used swabs, 1 for each droplet, placed in a separate box. So, I mean, the evidence collection here is stellar. But there's just that it's stuff missing that should be there. Because if Tyler is the perp, and if he is that deranged as both the prosecution and defense claims, he is not a criminal mastermind. There's stuff missing, and I don't like it.
And that is how we collect that swab. We can then send that swab off to the lab, and they're able to do their testing with the evidence on the tip of the swab.
Okay, I think now is a good time to kind of chat about that preliminary investigation and sending items to the lab, okay? The Iowa Crime Lab sources our entire state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so every police department will send items to the Iowa Crime Lab.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you are initially investigating a case, can you pick up everything and send it to the Iowa Crime Lab?
No, they have a general rule, which isn't a hard and fast rule, but it's something that they certainly try to go by. They allow you to send 10, what's called 10 probative items. So items which could contain trace evidence that would be that they would need to run some tests on. So if you go to a crime scene, something like this, you may collect 30 plus swabs. You may collect, numerous shirts, shoes, all of that. Well, they don't have the resources to test 30, 40, 50 pieces of evidence for every single crime that gets submitted to them, because again, they service every single police department in the state. So they kind of have that set 10 rule. So after we do our initial processing, we kind of have a meeting, talk about what evidence did we collect, what value could we gain if we send these off to be tested, what are the pros, what are the cons, and then we kind of come up with that list of 10 that we want to send off for testing.
And some of those items were these swabs and the hatchet.
Yes.
And why would that be?
Well, again, based off what we saw on scene, the hatchet certainly appeared to be associated with the crime, and we believe there could be some significant trace evidence on there that could be helpful in the prosecution of this case. Additionally, we want to test those blood swabs throughout the house to verify who that blood belongs to, either confirm, yes, it is Jennifer's blood, or it belongs to an unidentified individual who possibly was leaving the scene and was bleeding as they left.
Okay. So you collected those swabs. What else did you observe in that living room?
Okay, so among the items, of course, the swabs needs to be tested. The hatchet needs to be tested. But so far, I have not heard, why didn't they get to the shower drain? Why? That's kind of important, especially if the droplets of blood does not go from Jennifer's room to the defendant's room. Then you need to find actual evidence. Now, the hatchet is a great piece of evidence, but I have my doubts about that too, just by the placement of it. No man would ever put anything poking out that hindered you to go to the toilet. It's too much weird.
Again, we kind of touched on that.
We don't need this up. Did you see the dog in the living room?
Yeah, we touched on Echo. He was, again, kind of wrapped up in some sheets. So only part of his back was kind of visible. You could see there was blood. You could kind of see his curly golden hair. We collected that blanket that was kind of, he was wrapped up in, because it was covered in blood. And then we were kind of able to better examine Echo and his injuries.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Okay, now close up
Can you, what I marked
pictures.
as State's Exhibit 18, can you look through those?
Poor Pop.
Here to you on your. Okay, the first photo in group 18.
So this is more or less how Echo was positioned upon officer's arrival. And he's kind of wrapped up in that black and white blanket. Again, his golden fur is kind of visible coming out of the top of that blanket.
Okay, the next photo.
And that's Echo.
So at some point, law enforcement took him out of the blanket.
Yes, again, I think we worked to gently unwrap that blanket to kind of expose his whole body so we could better view him, better view his injury.
Okay, and where is his injury in this photo?
It's going to be the top part of his head. You can kind of see that his golden fur is kind of matted down with blood. The blood's kind of then spilled onto the blanket.
And there's a lot of hair in there. So can you point out where his eyes and nose would have been?
Yeah, so Echo's nose is right here.
More, there's a side picture, and you can see that more or less the entirety of the face, but not the nose, is gone. Oh, you poor pup. You poor pup.
Here, eyes, very shaggy hair, but eyes are kind of up in here, and so that injury is kind of going to be center of the head.
Okay. And then this is
just another close up of the blood matted fur.
Okay. And then this.
That was Echo. We again kind of moved him back a little bit to get a better shot. Again, we didn't collect swabs from here, but I believe that a lot of this was dried blood and urine and stuff like that from Echo.
Okay. Okay, we can take those down. And the dog was ultimately taken where for an examination?
So Officer Slight took him to Vanderloo and White for an exam.
Over my 30 years, I've seen injuries. I've seen torn off limbs, fingers, scalps, and worse. But when dogs are hurt, you feel it. I mean, I've been grown numb over the decades of seeing workplace injuries. But animals, that's another thing. Oh, hi Nana Misty. Says I've missed all of this, so I'm getting caught up. Nick, so excuse my stupid question. No worries, Nana Misty. And you don't have to super chat if you only have questions. I will try to answer it, or other people in the chat will try to answer it. Okay? But I do appreciate your support of my channel. I really, really do. I really, really do.
Anything else you processed or observed or took a look at from the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, or Tyler's room?
James Andrew Morrison, always a pleasure to see you, sir. First time in a long time that YouTube has shown me your channel. Nice. Okay, so I'm out there somehow. Now, the past 8 months has been more or less only the Young Thug trial. And if you're not interested in that trial, I won't be shown. But now when I do other trials, because the Young Thug trial has been paused for a good number of months now, or for 1 month, and will continue to be paused for a good while, I will do other trials. And then on August 7th, I will travel to the United States. I will do videos and streams when I travel across the United States. And I actually what I did do was that I created a separate channel for my road trip across the USA. Hold on while I get it here. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. Dun, dun, dun. There it is. Because I realized that if I start showing videos of my road trip on this channel, then YouTube algorithm will say, oh, now we are showing your videos to people who likes trials and road trips. And those are about that many. So I have to kind of separate them by different channels. Little B became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now you have access to all my members-only stuff, the members-only emojis, and I have to post a link to my Discord, also a members-only Discord. Thank you so much, Little B. That's a good name. Thank you so much. Did you know I think it's in California, bees are fish? Legally speaking.
That was of relevance to this investigation.
Yes, part of our investigation is, verifying no signs of forced entry. Part of that involves looking at windows, stuff like that. Again, their screens were intact, windows were intact. No signs of any forced entry through any of the windows.
Okay. Was there any money located?
Yes. So in one of those photos, I pointed out Jennifer's purse. That was kind of just sitting out there in plain view. I did go through her purse. There was some small amount of cash, I think under $100 in there. There was a check written out that was in the purse.
Remember the sister, what she pulled out of her purse? That stack of bills. Huh.
But yeah, that was all there and present.
Okay. Wasn't there money located in other portions of the house too?
Yep. So in her bedroom, there was a significant amount of cash.
Okay. Sorry. And I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's fine.
Significant amount of cash in her bedroom. So where did the significant stash of cash in the sister's purse come from? Is that accounted for? Did any investigation show that she was bad on money? We know she didn't have a car because she had to be driven everywhere or taking an Uber.
Okay, so let's move on to Jennifer's room. You told us about your general observations, but you did go back and process the room more thoroughly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
19. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 19. Take a look through those. Okay. And what is this a group of photos of?
It would be additional photos of Jennifer's room.
Okay, of the master bedroom.
Yes, of the master bedroom.
And is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
No objection.
19 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. And if you could also use where it's helpful, the blown up diagram to show the jury where these photos are in perspective in that room, if that assists you. What are we looking at in the first photo of this exhibit?
So this is the nightstand next to Jennifer's bed. If we're looking at this master bedroom, the bed's kind of in this upper corner. The actual nightstand is kind of on here along the wall.
Okay. And then this photo?
So this photo is important because this is a severed finger, which is resting on the nightstand next to her bed.
Okay, the next one.
Just an additional photo of a severed finger.
Okay. All right, and then what are we looking at here?
So this is kind of in more graphic detail what I saw initially walking into the room. This is kind of where the blood on Miss Dazey had pooled. It's kind of difficult to see, but we can see a deep laceration or some sort of injury to her cheek.
I know. Whoever did the video for the Law and C-word, Law and Crime feed, you really don't need to show the evidence. You can look, just not, oh, let's put it up. No, wait a couple of seconds so you know what's on the pictures. If it's safe or not safe. It's not that hard.
That yellow stuff is actually cheek fat. And again, there's injuries up and down the side of her head and her neck.
Okay, the next one.
An additional photo. Again, this is, as I described before, this finger is completely missing. This one is just barely hanging on by a tiny bit of flesh. And again, it's that injury is a little bit more visible on her cheek here.
Okay, and here?
Another photo kind of documenting the amount of blood that we saw on scene, additional documentation of her injuries as she laid in bed.
Here?
Additional photos of her severed fingers.
Okay, and tell me why one arm or hand is in a paper bag at this point.
So we're required to have a medical examiner come in and assist with an investigation into any unattended death. The decision was made that she was going to be sent for an autopsy, and it's common practice to package hands to preserve any trace evidence that may be found underneath a victim's fingernails if they were fighting back. Maybe it scratched the offender. That, in theory, trace evidence could be underneath some fingernails. So what we don't want to do is just send them off there and stuff gets bumped, stuff gets lost in the large bag. At least this way, if anything were to come off the hands, it's all contained within that bag. Okay.
What are we looking at in this photo?
So this doesn't quite capture how much blood spatter was on the wall, but this would have been the wall where her the head of her bed was. So her head would have been resting along here, and this would have been the north wall of the bedroom. And this is just one photo that kind of documents some blood spatter on the walls.
There's I don't know what those are called, a boppy pillow or something of that nature there in the corner. You see that?
Yeah.
What did you locate underneath that? Was her cell phone underneath it?
Yes, her cell phone was in bed with her. Yep.
Okay. Here, what are we looking at?
This is just some additional blood spatter on the walls.
Okay, and you collected items from the walls as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for that. We can take those down. Okay. And all those items, not all of them, the items that you collected and submitted to the lab were sent away. The rest of the items you kept in evidence at the police department, correct?
Yes.
In case they were needed at some other time?
Yes.
Okay. May we approach?
Yes.
All right, we are moving up to a break soon. And we are closing in on the end of the day. That means that we will go into live from day 2 of this. He says, thank you for respecting.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a real short break, a restroom break, 5 or 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise on jury.
Okay, keeping ahead.
Witness counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, we call Dr. Adam White.
Okay. I will show this. Let's see here if this is that the same person. No, I don't know. Why no cross-examination?
Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the parties have agreed to just pause on the examination of Investigator Hoff. They have another witness who is here that they've agreed to take out of order. We'll have the examination of that witness. When they're finished, we'll then resume with Investigator Hoff.
Yes, for you who are here from the Young Thug trial, you can pause a witness and have that one come in later if there are inconveniences. You can do that. As with Woody, you didn't have to have him on the stand while Mr. Melinek was out of town. You could bring in other witnesses. And now the Foster clock of the Young Thug trial. Yeah.
You want to call that next witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Dr. Adam White.
Dr. Adam White. That I can spell.
Have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat there. And if you would state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Michael Adam White, Michael Adamwhite.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. White, you actually go by Adam, do you not?
Correct.
And that's because?
My father's name is Michael, too.
Keeps you guys separated. What is your occupation?
I'm a veterinarian.
How long have you been a veterinarian?
Graduated in 2011.
Okay, veterinarian. I assume this will be the injuries on the dog. Let me just check here if there are images. Yes, it's X-ray of the poor pup's caved in skull. We don't need that. So I'm going to skip that. We know the puppy was badly injured and more or less everything here was caved in. Poor pup. So we don't need to see that. So moving back to...
Come on back up this way, please.
Yep, here he is again.
Just go ahead and have a seat.
You've
already taken an oath. Do you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay, very good. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Where we left things, we had just been talking about all the items you collected and the ones you selected to send for testing.
Yes.
Okay. So after that, you packaged the items, you decided which ones you wanted to do. Did you guys conduct any follow-up investigation?
We did. And again, we had kind of touched on this before as far as the additional money in the home. Again, prior to leaving, we searched
I'm talking about after. Like, did you guys do any neighborhood canvas? What did you do to follow up on your investigation of the scene?
Gotcha. So,
sorry.
Yes, the neighborhood canvas was completed after the fact.
Okay, and you talked to family members. You talked to various people.
Yep. Part of any homicide investigation is, we kind of talk about their circle of contact. Getting to know the victim helps us better understand what would have happened if we can kind of understand the victim. And so part of that is speaking with roommates, family members, friends, ex-boyfriends, anything like that.
Okay. And in anyone that you talked to or followed up with or canvassed, did anyone have any direct knowledge about what had happened to Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did you...
We saw earlier in this stream the sister or the daughter of the victim laughing and smiling and telling about a domestic dispute she had with her mother, and you didn't follow up on it, you absolute tool.
Learn from your canvassing about the makeup of the household members?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
So we knew from speaking with numerous people who lived in the area that Jennifer had lived there for several years, that Tyler had recently moved in with her, 6 or 7 months ago, and that those were the two that were currently living in the home.
Okay, any complaints of any noises or fights or any dramatics at 1605 Avoca from your neighborhood canvas?
No, that's part of our canvas, is to ask if anyone heard any disturbance or anything like that. No one was reporting that.
That primarily Tyler and Jenny kept to themselves?
Yeah, everyone kind of described them as good neighbors. They knew who they were aware of them. No one really had said that they were super close with them, but everyone kind of knew Jennifer and Tyler lived there.
Okay, and were interviews done with Jennifer's other children, Nick and Kylie?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't do those interviews though, did you?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you though, as an investigator with the Criminal Investigations Division, follow up on information obtained from officers from the interviews with Nick and Kylie?
Yeah, so Lieutenant Crable, I believe, interviewed Nick Frey. Anytime we do an interview with anyone, we want to fact check them. Are they telling us the truth on stuff? Nick had kind of laid out what he had did the night prior, what he, on the 17th into the 18th, and kind of how he learned of his mother's passing. So I was kind of tasked with verifying his statement to law enforcement. For those of you who aren't familiar, Dubuque has a very extensive camera system here in town. It's kind of, cameras are kind of mounted at every major intersection. And if we have descriptions of individuals, vehicles, time frame, stuff like that, it's relatively easy to kind of track them around town and plot their movements around town. So I utilize those traffic camera systems to follow up on.
Somebody call corrupt prosecutor Gravely and in the Zachariah Anderson case, and tell him, if, as in the Zachariah Anderson case, between Zachariah Anderson's residence and the place where they claim he ended Mr. Gutierrez, there are close to 50 road cameras, businesses not included in the cameras, and there are no traces of Zach going from his place of residence to the place where they claimed where they claimed he ended Mr. Gutierrez's life. None. Not because it wasn't there. First of all, they only collected a few, and none of them showed Zachariah. None. And he still got convicted. Please check out my playlist on the Zachariah Anderson case. It is infuriatingly bad conduct.
Nick's movements on the 17th into the 18th.
Okay, and there's been previous discussion about some cameras located at 1605 Avoca Street. Were you able to identify Nick on that camera footage?
I was.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we were able to pick him up on city traffic camera footage coming down Asbury Road. He had mentioned that he stopped off at the Dubuque Advertiser to pick up some newspapers. The way he traveled on cameras was consistent with that. We had him operating his red pickup truck. We were able to track that basically all the way into the neighborhood where at 1605 Avoca Street. We were then able to, through a search warrant, obtain ring camera footage from the front door at 1605 Avoca Street. And that footage shows him arriving at the home on the evening of the 17th around 7:45 p.m.
Okay, and he had a stack of advertisers with him?
Yes, and those newspapers were located on the couch in the living room.
Okay, and did he leave, according to the ring footage, around 8 p.m. or something of that nature?
Yeah, around 8:05. He kind of, I think he steps out to let the dog out and let Echo out and in, and then he leaves the house at approximately 8:05 that night.
Okay, was Tyler home at that time?
Based off his statement, Tyler would have been home, yes.
Okay, and then Nick had said that he had gone out of town. Did you follow up on that through traffic camera and the things?
Yep. So Nick's vehicle was parked at 1605 Avoca Street when we showed up there. In speaking with him, he had said he stopped by that evening because the check engine light on his vehicle was on, which is why he needed to use his mother's GMC crossover vehicle. So again, we were able to pick up that GMC crossover vehicle, leaving the area of 1605 Avoca Street. Shortly after 8:05, when we know he left the house, we were then able to track that, through the intersection at 22nd and Central, all the way up to the 2500 block of Jackson Street where Nick lives.
Okay, and then from there?
The car was on camera all night. We were able to watch it. The car didn't move. Around 5:30, 5:35 in the morning, Nick comes out of the house, turns the car on to get it warmed up. After 5 minutes or so, he hops on the car, heads south through town, hops on 150, 161, and continues out of town.
They could account for Nick's movement throughout the night. Let's hear about Kylie, please.
Down towards Cedar Rapids.
Okay, and when he arrived at Avoca Street or the law center, when he was notified about what was going on, did he leave an out-of-town work project to come back?
Based off his statement, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that ring footage of Nick. There were ring cameras on the house, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Andy, what I marked as State Exhibit 20. What are those generally?
The exterior photos at 1605 Avoca Street.
Okay. And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 20.
No objection.
20 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. First photo in Exhibit 20. What are we looking?
Did you notice they asked about Nick's every movement? The natural line of questioning after that, could you trace Kylie's movement? I don't like when stuff are missing. Why is her movement that night missing?
Looking at?
So if you're standing on the walkway up to 1605 Avoca Street, facing the front of the house, this would kind of be that entrance into that enclosed porch.
Okay. And here?
This would be a view from inside the enclosed porch, looking at the front door leading into the living room. Again, as mentioned in that previous photo, this would be the ring camera that's mounted on the door.
And I think it's previously been referred to as a ring doorbell.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain generically, if you know, how one of these cameras would function?
You purchase one of these cameras, you mount it, and you have to download the Ring app with that, and that gives you access to kind of view the footage. These cameras are, you can set how much motion triggers the camera, but they're often triggered by some sort of motion or by someone ringing the doorbell.
Okay, and in order to have access to that footage and your experience as a law enforcement with ring footage in your investigations, is that something you have to pay to access?
Yeah, so there's two different ways you can kind of use these Ring cameras. The first would just be to more or less live stream them. If you were to install one of these at your house, download the app, create an account. If you were to pull up that app, you could kind of view it live, but you are required to purchase a subscription plan if you want to access the cloud storage. So if you don't pay, I believe it's like $49.99 a year, none of the footage will be saved.
Okay. The next photo?
So this is the back of the residence. The photographer would be standing in the driveway. These are steps leading up to that rear door. Up here is a Ring camera.
Okay. And this?
Just a closer view of the Ring motion camera.
Okay, so we briefly discussed that front camera, and we also talked about footage that you reviewed from that front camera. What about this camera?
So Corporal Stair obtained a search warrant requesting all saved Ring footage that was stored in the cloud. Ring did provide us with any and all activity from the front doorbell. Ring did not supply us with any footage from this rear camera.
Okay, and in your training experience, what
they didn't supply you with footage from the back camera because there weren't any, or because they couldn't find any? That's important.
reasons could be that there wasn't any footage provided?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Well, she's asking what reasons could there be, not what happened here. You can answer.
There's three main reasons why footage wouldn't be provided. The first would be that the camera is not plugged in and is not functional, therefore wouldn't be in a position to capture any motion. The second would be that there was no motion or no activity at that back door, therefore nothing would be triggered and nothing would be saved to the cloud. The third reason would be that the subscriber is not paying for cloud storage. Part of Ring's subscription is it's like $49.99 for one camera and then like $99.99 for unlimited amounts of cameras. So a subscriber could make the decision, hey, the front door is what I'm most concerned with. I only want to pay $50 a month. Therefore, I'm just going to kind of utilize this as a live camera, and I'm not so much concerned about storing of the footage.
Why is that? If you have a thorough investigations, you know what kind she used. And he mentioned 3. There is a 4th as well. It's deleted. Frick's sake.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Want this working? Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'll first hand you what I marked as State's Exhibit 21. Is this the certificate of authenticity that Ring provided you, accompanying the footage that they provided you from the front camera at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Okay, so this certifies that they are authentic, correct?
Yeah, so anytime people will provide us with business records footage or something like that, someone will actually go through and sign something saying what I'm sending you is true and accurate and everything that you requested.
Okay, and there was a clarification within that document later with follow-up requests about the second camera and them stating, we provided you everything we have.
That's correct. Again, we did reach back out to Ring in an attempt to verify why no footage was provided from that rear camera. We were told by Ring, we have provided any and all available footage saved to the cloud associated with this account.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
So, any objection to 21?
No, Your Honor.
21 is admitted.
Okay, I'm now showing you a flash drive that contains a Ring camera clip from January 17th and a Ring camera clip from January 18th.
Defense attorney, turn your microphone off when you are discussing things with your co-counsel.
You reviewed all the Ring camera clips that were provided to you?
Yes.
Okay, and have you reviewed clips from both January 17th and January 18th?
Yes.
Okay, was there one clip at around 10 p.m. that Jennifer appeared on the footage?
Yes.
On the 17th, excuse me.
That's correct.
And then one clip on the 18th at approximately 8:38 a.m. that shows Miss Bowman entering the residence.
That's correct.
And were those, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22 and 23.
Okay. The wall you see is not from my stream. It's from the stream I'm picking this up from. Just saying, it's not my feed. I got my fiber installed. I don't have the World of Doom on my streams anymore.
22 and 23 are both admitted.
What do they have?
Oh, I'm going to say this wrong. I think it's like Greenwich time, something to that effect. But basically, it's like a standard time, and we have to do the conversion on the timestamps to Central Standard Time.
Okay. Okay. You reviewed this clip and the timestamp on it was 10 o'clock p.m. Is that correct?
Once the conversion was done, yes.
Okay. And who is in this photo walking out the door?
That is Jennifer Dazey.
Okay. Okay, and that's the end of that clip. You didn't cut it down or anything like that, correct?
No, again, those clips are motion activated, so they send what they send.
Yep, so it depends on what's happening, whether or not they trigger or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are they a forward projecting camera? Do they project forward or backwards?
Forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll play Exhibit 23. And you know this is 8:38 a.m. on January 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Is that Ms. Fullman walking in?
It is.
Okay, and that was the end of that clip?
Yes.
After that, who's the next person that's seen on camera going into that house?
Officer Hesselbacher arriving.
And Ms. Pullman's testimony in her statement to police was that she stood inside the door. Would that be a reason why the camera didn't re-trigger?
Yeah.
To show her exit or anything like that?
Yeah, so the way, from the pictures, you can kind of see there's a storm door and then there's that main door. Watching the video, you can kind of see that end of the door doesn't completely close. So it would almost be as though she's kind of sandwiched in that little triangular space that's created by the partially open storm door and then the opened or partially opened wood door leading to the house.
Okay. And at least from the footage on that camera, no one is seen going in or out of that house between 10 p.m. on January 17th and 8:38 a.m. on January 18th.
That's correct.
You previously testified that Ring said there's no footage from the backdoor camera. So did you investigate any potential entry at that, I should say the side door entry?
Yeah, so we were able to verify that that door was locked upon our arrival on the 18th. And again, that it's visible in body camera footage and everything that door was locked when we arrived.
Okay, and you pulled a clip from body camera footage to show the condition of the deadbolt as well as the door handle?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you confirm that the position the deadbolt was in a locked position?
So in all the body camera, any body camera officers that were in that back room that captured the door, that deadbolt is in the thumb lock is in a thumb knob's in a vertical position. I had reached out to the property owner, it's either Ron or Rod Smith, and talked with him about that. He said he's familiar with all the locks that he installs in his property. He said if that lock is vertical, if the thumb lock is vertical, that deadbolt is locked and engaged.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 24. And what is that, investigator?
So this is a screenshot of Captain Styles' body camera. It shows his time in that back room. On the left-hand side, you can kind of see the doorknob and the deadbolt lock. You can see that the lock is engaged in a vertical position.
Okay. Move to admit State's Exhibit 24.
No, 24 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
All right. Show the jury, please, what you were referencing.
So again, this is just a still image of a body camera. This is the deadbolt. Again, it's clearly in the vertical position, that style of lock. If it's in that vertical position, it would show that that deadbolt is engaged. Again, this knob lock has the electrical tape on, which I believe was already explained why that was relevant.
Okay. All right. So other than the lock, any observations on the exterior in that area or the outside of the house?
For reference, I have similar locks on several doors around my compound. Some are locked in that position. Most are open in that position. Just with a valve. Open, locked. Open, locked. But some are in that position when locked. Because I like to know. I just haven't come around to change it. That's why, because I want those pads to be the same everywhere. I just haven't gotten around to it. Just as with valves, locked, opened. Look, him saying that it indicates it's locked. Did you try it? If you didn't, then shut the frick up.
house that you observed to determine whether or not there was any forced entry or any disturbance or any other access point?
Yeah, there was a door leading from the steps going down into the basement that led to the backyard. It was clear that there was absolutely none of the snow outside of that door had been disturbed. No one had come in and out of that door.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to put up another photo for you to show them what you're talking about, okay? I'm going to put up there exhibit 3. Okay. There's 2 doors in this photo. Which door are you talking about first?
So what I'm referring to is the door that's located right here that leads directly out into the backyard from the steps leading down into the basement. Again, there was snow in the backyard, absolutely no footprints coming or going from that door.
Okay. And then anything else that you did to look around the outside to see if anyone else had accessed?
Yeah, again, as previously mentioned, we always want to check to see if windows and screens are in place, which they were in this case. No evidence of any footprints in the snow underneath any of the windows. Again, this is that locked back door where the deadbolt is engaged in that back mudroom pantry area.
Okay. Any evidence of a disturbance from what you saw?
No.
Okay. Now, investigator, as part of your investigation, you have reviewed some phone calls the defendant made in the past couple of months, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever point to anyone else who could be responsible for this?
Yes. So there were all calls made from the Dubuque County Jail are recorded. All inmates are notified of this before they make the phone call. We have software that allows us to review those phone calls. Part of any investigation is kind of monitoring those phone calls, see who are they calling, what are they talking about, are they making any admissions? Back in March, end of March, I think March 30th, Mr. Dazey made at least 2 phone calls, one to his brother, Nick, and then one to his Aunt Katie. In these phone calls, he had identified his ex-girlfriend, Tessa, as having been at the front door of the house on the day of the murder and of being present inside the home while he was being detained by officers.
First, let's talk about prong 1 here. Was Tessa ever in the residence?
No.
When law enforcement was there?
No.
Okay. Did anyone see her outside the residence?
No.
Okay. Now, the second portion, did you follow up on his claim regarding Tessa?
I did.
And was she...
Now we heard about Nick's, the brothers' whereabouts. Now we are hearing about Taylor's ex whereabouts. We still haven't heard about the sisters' whereabouts. I don't like when stuff are missing. And I assume the defense will bring that up once they cross.
I'm assuming you talked to her.
Yes.
Okay. How did you eliminate her as a potential suspect?
I sat down and I did an interview with her. She had stated that it had been several years, 4 or 5 years since she last spoke with Tyler, denied having any knowledge that anyone was living, or that Tyler and his mother were living at 1605 Avoca Street, and denied any knowledge of any involvement.
Okay, so she didn't even know that he lived there?
According to her statement, no.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that would have connected her to this crime?
No.
All right. I have no additional questions, investigator. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination. Yes.
This is the last thing that happens on this day. Then we will move on to live from day 2. Sidebar.
Yeah, go ahead and do yours first.
Investigator Hoff, I have just a couple of questions for you with regards to the ring cameras. On direct examination, you had testified that there were only 3 ways in which that camera in the backyard wouldn't produce footage.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Ring app? You talked about.
Okay, Dave, what did you miss? You missed this guy talking about, he was asked about the whereabouts of the brother of the suspect, his whereabouts. They could exclude him. They checked the whereabouts of the defendant's ex. They could show her whereabouts. under direct examination, there was nothing about the sister's whereabouts. You know, the sister who was smiling and laughing and telling the investigator she had a domestic dispute with her mother. Her whereabouts, nothing at all. No questions at all. As Heather Walker says, how does that make her not a suspect? That makes no sense. She denied being involved, so they just believed her? Apparently. And now, this investigator claimed that Ring doorbell cameras cannot produce footage for 3 reasons. Either you don't pay for that subscription, or there is no movement, and the third thing, which I don't remember, he said, but there is a 4th alternative. The video could be deleted. But he didn't mention that.
Downloading it to a phone and opening it on phone.
Yeah, I have some knowledge of the app, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it also possible to go into the settings on a camera in your app and turn off motion sensitive and the various recording functions for a particular camera governed by that app?
Yeah, again, I had mentioned that you have the ability to kind of adjust how sensitive it is, what triggers it, stuff like that, yes.
Okay, so somebody, in addition, there's a 4th way. Somebody could go into the camera and go into that particular camera's functions and stop that camera from recording, couldn't they? That is true, isn't it? And the app isn't just limited to one phone. It can be put on, well, for example, I could put it on my phone and my wife's phone and my daughter's phone, couldn't I?
Yes, if you share login information, yes.
Did you check anybody's phone for that, investigator?
I don't have anything further. Mr. Hoover has some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoover.
How you doing today, Investigator Hoff?
Doing well.
Long afternoon so far?
Not too bad.
Okay. When you arrived on the day of the 18th, did you observe that back door from the outside?
Yes, yeah, I would have. When I arrived, I went around back by Lieutenant Corporal at the time, Crable, who was standing back there, yes.
Okay. And did you observe whether or not there were footprints, or at least that somebody had been on that porch?
Yeah, the steps had not been shoveled, and you could tell that people had come in and out of that back door.
And do you know, prior to the 18th, when would have been the last time that it snowed? And for the record, maybe I should say January 18th of 2024.
I don't know when it snowed before that, no.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at some data from the weather service?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And just look at this yourself. Don't read anything out loud. But if we look at here, this would have been the 18th. Okay. And I'm not interested on the snow that happened on the 18th, because we can't verify it. And this is new snow. We can't verify when that happened. But if we go above the 18th, can you find the date where next it would have shown some new snow?
Would have been the January 12th or the 13th.
Okay.
Significant amount on the 12th, some on the 13th.
Okay. And so if my math is right, that'd be about 5 or 6 days from the 18th, correct?
Yes.
On the Ring doorbell subpoena, do you know how wide of a range Corporal Stair, right? Corporal Stair requested?
I'd have to look at the specific, what is named in the search warrant, but it was a few days before the 17th and the 18th.
Would it refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at the search warrant?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
He's not a meteorologist.
If you, again, just look at it yourself, and specifically this paragraph right here.
Yeah, so again, the search warrant requested all video recorded and stored from 1/1/24 to 1/19/24.
So at least it had snow in between that period of time, correct?
Yes.
So at least one can assume from the evidence that someone had approached that or had been on that porch sometime between the 12th and the 19th.
Yes.
Okay. And also, more than likely, the officers on the scene would have triggered the camera on the 18th, correct?
Yes, they would have been in a position to have triggered that footage if it was active in recording.
And that back door, did you take any fingerprints off the deadbolt?
We did not know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Miss Folman was in a state of panic or hysteria when she discovered the body?
I would say so.
Okay. Sometimes people do things that they don't realize what they're doing when they're in a state of panic or hysteria.
Sure, sometimes they can.
Is it possible that she may have locked the door and not realized that she locked the door?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would know.
I'm just asking if it's possible.
Okay, go ahead. You can answer.
Anything is possible, yes.
Sure. And obviously, someone can enter that door if they had a key. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to locate the keys for that back door?
So I never did know.
Okay. Now, in your investigation, you did receive some keys. Is that correct?
I believe Corporal Crable was given some keys for the residents.
Okay. And were you kind of the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And so you would have kind of reviewed all the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if anybody had tried any of the keys that Corporal Crable got?
I don't believe anybody tried them for the back door. I know they did work to engage the deadbolt on the front door, but I don't believe he or I tried them on the back door.
Do you know if any keys were ever recovered from Kylie?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if she was asked for any keys?
I don't know if she was asked during her interview.
Okay. What about after her interview? And at any point, did anybody ask if she had keys?
I don't believe law enforcement ever asked her that, no.
Okay. And you talked to a number of people that were associated either as a neighbor or associated with Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people was Gina, I'm going to butcher this name, but Schellert?
Schletty, I believe.
Schletty?
I believe. I'm mispronouncing it, so I'm sorry to her.
Okay, yeah, and I know I am too, so. And you why did you speak to her?
Based off my conversations during my canvass, a lot of people had told me she's the unofficial, neighborhood leader, kind of knew what was going on in the neighborhood and was close friends with Jennifer.
Okay. Did she have knowledge about Tyler and Jennifer's relationship?
Yeah.
And did she give any kind of indication what kind of relationship they had?
I mean, I can't remember the specifics of everything she talked about as far as their relationship goes.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at your report?
Yeah.
Objection.
Well, I'm going to let him answer yes or no. It does call for.
Okay. The prosecution here always objects to statements made to these investigators as hearsay. If they are in his report and there are statements to him written down, how is that not allowed in? It boggles my mind the level of effort the prosecution does not want statements about the sister in. You know, the smiley, laughy sister when she learned about her mother's demise.
For hearsay.
You didn't, of all the people you talked to, did you find any indication of Tyler physically assaulting Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did she give you any information about who maybe has keys to the house?
I believe she had mentioned that there was some dispute over Kylie having the keys and not returning them. Again, whether or not those were keys that had been turned over to the family that ended up in her hands after the incident, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you also
so she did have
stated
access.
that you interviewed Tessa George.
That she had access to the home. She cannot verify where she was at the time of the ending. She had a domestic dispute with her mother due to a slap from the sister to her mother. Seriously, what the frick?
Yes.
And she didn't have any valuable information, correct?
No.
And at least at the time of the arrest, Mr. Dazey seemed fairly confused. Is that my understanding, your earlier testimony?
Yeah, again, he was not responding how you would expect someone to respond.
So his demeanor is very suspicious. But the daughter of the victim laughing, smiling, and admitting to have a domestic dispute isn't disturbing?
Is it possible that he was mistaking someone else for Tessa George?
I don't know what he was thinking.
Look at a few of the exhibits that you went over. I just want to make sure I have some clarification. Let's start with State's Exhibit 13. A minute. I'll pull it up quick. I think so.
Okay, there might be
on State's Exhibit 13.
There might be a picture of Echo again. I will make sure you don't see it because you don't need to see that.
There appears to be like some kind of reddish or some color here on the shelf. Can you confirm that that's not blood?
It very much appeared to be candle wax or something to that effect. Again, it kind of had that, circular shape of a candle. Could have been candle, could have been nail polish. It did not appear to be blood.
And you didn't find any blood splats on the head of this hatchet, correct?
That's for the lab to discuss, not me.
Okay. You didn't visually see any?
No.
Okay. And on the knives that you found, did you visually see any blood, or was there any indication that they had been used?
Not visibly, no.
And you didn't send those into the lab, correct?
No.
You didn't send the knives to the lab, only the hatchet? There better be traces of blood on that hatchet.
Do you know where Mr. Dazey kept this hatchet?
I know based off his statement to investigators, he keeps it in his toolbox, in the cobalt toolbox in his room.
Okay. And that was, can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor?
So how did it end up there?
All right, and that's this right here, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you found the cover of the hatchet in the kitchen, correct?
In the dining room.
Dining room, on the table, correct? Okay. And in your investigation, did you find out if anybody else knew about this hatchet?
No, I don't know whether or not it was anyone ever brought up the fact that they knew that he had a hatchet in his toolbox.
Okay. Did you ever find any bloody clothes in the residence?
No.
On those towels that you collected, did you observe any blood on those towels?
No.
Did you find any blood droplets in the bathroom other than in the sink?
No.
Yeah, I mean, there were blood droplets from the victim's bedroom, but none led to his room. I've yet to see any evidence of a cleanup. We haven't seen blacklight or anything. Why wouldn't you use blacklight? Jesus, please, investigators, show evidence.
Yeah. Can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? I apologize.
I believe the next photo is of the area where the dog was, where Echo was.
If you could put it back on, Your Honor. Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 17. And you said that you believe that was a blood drop, number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And then the only other 2 blood drops that you located were in front of Jennifer's room, correct?
That and number 2 was believed to be blood.
Okay. And was it ever determined whether number 2 was human or animal blood?
I don't believe number 2 was ever sent off to the lab.
Okay. What about number 4? Was that ever found out whether it was human or animal blood?
Yes, and the lab can kind of speak to that further, but yes, that was Jennifer's blood.
Okay. And you receive a copy of that report, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 and 6, again, was that determined whether it was human blood or?
I believe placard 6 was sent to the lab, and that was determined to be Jennifer's blood. Yes.
Okay. And you can't really tell kind of which drops came first, correct?
No, there'd be no way of telling that.
You can take it down, Your Honor. In speaking with, I apologize. Do you know if any search was ever done of Kylie's residence?
No.
And when you say no, you mean there was no search?
There was no search of Kylie's residence, correct?
So the woman, Kylie, the daughter of the victim, who again smiled and laughed when she heard about her mother's demise, who in the police car said she had a domestic situation with her mother, whose whereabouts on the night this happened couldn't be confirmed in any way, shape, or form. You never investigated her because Tyler was in the house. Why wouldn't you want to have that avenue closed? Why? 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 I mean, there's plenty of evidence pointing at Taylor. Why not use a fraction of the resources to close off other avenues just to make sure you have everything covered? Why? Why? You can, obviously, these people can collect evidence. They know the chain of custody. They know how to take pictures. Why not close? Because it's cheaper?
Do you know whether or not she was asked what clothes she was wearing?
No.
And do you know whether or not she was asked to bring in the clothes that she was wearing?
Objection. Investigator Hoff.
Why is that objectionable? And why don't you allow speaking objections in front of the jury? Why is this allowed?
Okay, objections overruled. Do you remember the question?
Go ahead and ask that again.
Sure. Do you know if she was ever asked to bring in the clothing she was wearing that night?
I don't believe she was ever asked by Lieutenant Crable.
Okay. And what about Nick's residence? Was that ever searched?
No.
Did anyone ask Nick what clothing he was wearing that evening?
No, but we had him on both traffic camera and ring camera.
And other than the traffic cameras, did you make any other kind of verification as to whether or not Nick was in Cedar Rapids?
No. Again, we had him leaving town, headed south on 151.
Did you continue to monitor the traffic cams once you saw him heading down south?
Well, again, he would have passed the furthest southern camera, and so we would have no other cameras to monitor from there on.
Sure. Did you ensure that he didn't turn around and come back?
No.
Do you know if that shower curtain was ever tested?
It was not.
Was the shower curtain sent to the lab?
I don't believe so.
Just a minute. So they couldn't access the shower drain. Somehow they didn't send the shower curtain into the lab. They couldn't see blood on the towels. They only had swabbed one place where suspected blood was. That is why they have to claim he showered. But there isn't even evidence that was the towels wet. The only thing that says he took a shower is a cop, when he was arrested, touched him and he felt wet. That's not enough.
And I know you didn't observe the traffic cams of Kylie, but do you know if the footage was continuously watched throughout the night, or was it based on Kylie's her statements of when she got home?
That would be a conversation for you to have with Investigator Rosenthal.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Kylie had reported anybody?
Why so defensive, investigator? You're the lead investigator. He is asking about your knowledge.
Else that could verify that she was home all night?
Again, I didn't interview Kylie.
But you have knowledge of why. I hate when investigators get defensive because they know this is a fuck up. We are over 3 hours in. I can say that once, I hope.
No further questions. Thank you, Investigator Hoff.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was the last that happened on day one. Now, let's go to day two. Okay, no sound. Why is it? For freak's sake.
Mr. Blair or Mr. Hoover.
Okay.
Before we bring the jury in, Mr. Blair or Mr. Hoover, can you report, did you have a conversation with your client this morning at the jail?
Yeah.
Okay. And has he indicated his preference about whether he wants to be here today or not be here?
He has indicated that he does not want to be here today, that it is the Sabbath and it is a religious day for him.
Okay.
All right, very good.
Okay.
Okay, Shelley, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I agree, Heather. I was hoping I wouldn't have so many questions with this trial, but I got questions. I got questions too. This is so stupid. We shouldn't have this much questions when the evidence seemingly should be this good.
Yes, Your Honor, we would call.
Okay, good morning, folks. Do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Dr. Kelly Cruz.
Hold on while I check for pictures shown. Yes, this is the autopsy doctor. Okay, doesn't seem to be pictures of the deceased.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylykrusse.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
You're currently employed there, I presume, at the state?
Yes.
And you've been there for 6 years?
Yes.
How long have you been a physician?
I've been a physician since 2013.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my CV or my resume.
Is that true and accurate reflection of your educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I move to admit Exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury briefly just what it is you do in your job?
So I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. So I'm trained to perform autopsies. Those are examinations on deceased individuals, primarily to determine the cause of death. So what led for them to die, whether it be a natural disease or an injury. And then I determine manner of death, which describes the circumstances surrounding someone's passing. I perform autopsies, then write autopsy reports. I interpret toxicology findings.
Yes, little B. Just because he was there, they are putting this on Tyler Dazey, when in fact his sister apparently even had motive. She was already in a domestic dispute with her mother regarding a slap. And she wasn't even investigated. They took her word for it. They watched the investigator, looked at her, drove her to the precinct, had an interview with her where she smiled and laughed and admitted to having a domestic dispute, and they did nothing, not even to rule her out. They did absolutely nothing, not even to rule her out. Jesus Christ.
I read medical records, I teach medical students, I provide expert testimony, and do other things within my office. But
photos or some of the photos that are part of your report?
Yes.
Did you select certain photos that you believe would be helpful in describing the injuries and your conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And that's what's contained in that exhibit?
Okay,
yes.
Trigger warning.
Move to...
Trigger warning. They won't show the photos, but there will be descriptions. So, trigger warning.
Admit Exhibit 26A.
Any objection?
No objection.
26A is admitted.
So let's look at your autopsy report. And on page 1, you have pathologic diagnoses. Is that sort of a table of contents to the rest of your report?
Yes, it is.
And it's a list of findings from your autopsy?
Yes, it's a summary of all of my findings, which includes the cause of death and any additional findings.
And then you elaborate as your report goes on, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit 26A, that group of photos, is that something that helps you in describing your findings in the report?
Yes.
So let's start with your pathologic diagnosis number 1. And at any time when we go through and you're explaining this, if you would like a photo put up, let us know which one and we can put that up.
Okay.
So on pathologic diagnosis number 1, could you explain what that means?
So the first diagnosis is my cause of death. The cause of death in this case was multiple sharp force injuries. Underneath that 1, I have an A, a B, and a C, where I group sharp force injuries in terms of location on the body. There were 3 main locations that had sharp force injuries: the head, the neck, and the left hand.
So under A, does that separate out those injuries to the head?
Yes, A describes the injuries to the head. There were a total of 13 sharp force injuries. There were cutting wounds and chopping wounds to the head.
And then under B?
Under B, there were injuries to the neck, a total of 2 chopping wounds to the neck. And then C lists another 2 chopping wounds, this time to the left hand.
And then under Roman numeral 2, additional injuries?
For additional injuries, in addition to the sharp force injuries, there were blunt force injuries. So injuries due to the body coming into contact with something with a flat surface. There was a contusion or a bruise on the back of the left forearm and some bleeding under the scalp on the left side of the head.
That would be the subgaleal hemorrhage?
Yes.
Then we've got Roman numeral 3 through 6. Do those relate to your cause of death finding?
No, as part of these diagnoses, I'll list natural diseases that I find. Even though someone may have obvious injury, I may know exactly why they die, I'd still perform a full autopsy and document all of my findings. So they're essentially incidental natural findings.
Okay, so let's go back to your evidence of injury. And we start out with the head wounds. Would you like a photograph there?
Yes. In terms of organization, I listed the head wounds first. I start on the right side of the head, then the left side of the head, move from top to bottom. So the first injuries listed are seen in picture number 4.
That's one. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this photo is looking at the right side of the upper forehead. Here, there are a total of 3 chopping wounds. The largest has a squared appearance. It created a skin flap with the skin can be reflected upward. And on the lateral aspect of the head, when looking at the photo, it's on your left. There are 2 additional chopping wounds at the border of that larger chopping wound. That wound injured the skin and any soft tissue underneath the skin, and then it injured the frontal bone underneath it.
Did that particular wound penetrate the skull?
No, it only injured the outer surface of the skull.
All right. Where do you want to go from there?
The next wound that's listed is on the right side of the face, and that's seen in photo number 5. This is showing the right side of Miss Dazey's face, and there's a chopping wound on the right cheek. This chopping wound injured the skin, the soft tissue of the right cheek, and then the right side of the mandible or the jawbone.
What was the depth of that wound?
The depth of that wound was 1 5/8 inches.
Okay, what would be next?
The next wounds all were on the left side of the head, and these can be seen in photo 6.
Could you describe what your findings are there?
Here we have the top 2 larger wounds are chopping wounds. Both injured the skin, the soft tissue underneath the skin, the skull, the dura, which is a thin layer of tissue that covers the brain, and then the brain itself. That topmost chopping wound, within that wound is silver metal. That's from the decedent's previous brain surgery. The chopping wound actually fragmented that surgical material. Both resulted in fractures not only of the bone that was directly underneath the skin, but they resulted in fractures of the base of the skull. The topmost chopping wound injured part of the skull that's near the left eye, and then the lower one injured part of the skull that's near the ear canal. In between those two chopping wounds are two small cutting wounds. Cutting wounds just injured the superficial soft tissue or the skin. Below that second chopping wound is a small cutting wound on the face right in front of the left ear. Next, there were a total of, I was able to count with certainty 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. They were intersecting, but there were at least 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. And so those were all of the chopping and cutting wounds to the left side of the head.
I have left a laser pointer up there if you find that you want to point something out up here on the screen as part of your explanation. Feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so where should we move to next?
Next, I described the wounds to the neck, which are in photo 7. One of the wounds can be seen in this photo, and then this is just an extension. These are the cutting wounds of the neck. And then photo 7 shows both of them together, more on the back of the neck. So there were 2 chopping wounds to the left side of the neck, one more toward the front and one more toward the back. Those injured the soft tissue of the neck and then bones of the upper cervical spine. I did not appreciate any injury to the spinal cord itself, and those had a maximum depth of 2 inches.
What would be your next finding?
And then the next part of the body that had sharp force injury was the left hand. One of the injuries can be seen in photo 8. So this is looking at the left hand, the back of the left hand near the left thumb. Here is a curved chopping wound that created a skin flap that can be reflected upward. This injured the soft tissue of the hand and then a bone of the hand near the left thumb. Photo 9 shows the last chopping wound. This is the left hand again. So this is a chopping wound that injured 3 fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring fingers. The index finger has a pretty superficial wound by the fingernail. The middle finger was amputated as a result of the chopping wound, and the ring finger was nearly amputated as a result of the chopping wound. There's just some skin left that's connecting the finger to the hand. Injuries here included soft tissue and then bones of the fingers.
Are there any other findings that you think you need to touch on?
Those were all the sharp force injuries that I found, and then the additional blunt force injuries of the bruise of the left forearm and then some bleeding under the scalp. And those are the only injuries that I documented in my autopsy.
All right, just for a little housekeeping, I think I glossed over this, but the photo number 1. Could you describe what that is?
So when an individual is declared deceased and is going to be transported to my office for an autopsy, they're placed in a body bag, and that body bag is locked and labeled. So the blue lock there has a number on it that's documented at the scene and then documented in my autopsy report. That's important for maintaining chain of custody. And then the tag says who's in the body bag. A photograph here is taken to show that the body is received exactly as it was placed into the bag at the scene.
And that would be photo number 2, that photograph?
And then photo number 2 shows her exactly as she was received, with personal effects that include a pillow and 2 blankets.
And then photo number 3.
Photo number 3 is what we call an identification photo. Part of my job is also to confirm identity of the deceased individuals on whom I perform autopsies. We will compare them to their driver's license photos, other forms of visual ID, and then use surgical history and so on. So this is an example of an identification photo, which I compared to her driver's license photo. Her driver's license came with her to autopsy.
So once again, your cause of death was?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And specifically, can you identify any of those injuries that you believe were the fatal ones?
Really, you can die of any sort of sharp force injury or injury itself. In terms of the injuries that caused the most damage, especially damage to vital structures, those were the 2 chopping wounds on the left side of the head that injured the skull, the dura, the brain, and caused bleeding around the brain.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 14.
Siobhan says, I'm curious to know more of the backstory of the whole family, like would they have gained financially from her death? Well, apparently the mother, the victim, had a stash of cash in her bedroom. The daughter, when interviewed, put up a good stash of money on the interview table. Nothing was done with that stash of cash in the interview room. Was it her mother's? We don't know. They never investigated. Who benefits from her mother's ending? Well, there is one more brother, Nick, and now the daughter. If she wasn't in debt, they can sell the house. Maybe there's life insurance. I have no idea. Why? Apparently it wasn't investigated.
Is that instrument consistent with the injuries that you viewed on Ms. Dazey?
Yes, this instrument could have caused those injuries that I documented.
And you can't say for certain as a physician that that is, but you can say it's certainly consistent with, is that right?
Correct.
And if you look at the blade of that instrument and the width, would it certainly be consistent with a blow from that instrument to take off the two inside fingers of a hand and injure the one but leave the other intact?
Yes.
The narrowness of the blade?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Can I ask one question, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of got ahead of myself.
Go ahead.
If Jennifer Dazey's blood and DNA were found on that instrument, would that increase the likelihood of that being the instrument of her death?
From an autopsy standpoint, it doesn't change anything, but from an investigative standpoint, that would make sense, yes.
Thank you. Now I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Likewise, if that instrument had been in her home for a significant period of time, where she had been living for a significant period of time, you wouldn't be at all surprised to find her DNA on it, would you?
Her DNA, I suppose, no.
Good morning, doctor. And I apologize for, I asked the first question and now I'm going to say good morning.
Good morning.
Were you able to develop any timeline regarding the injuries?
No.
And were you able to develop a time of death?
No. For the death certificate, when it says date and time of death, it's when she was found and pronounced dead.
Okay. So you're not able to actually tell when this occurred, are you?
No.
No temperature, no nothing, no checking the bite. Why? Did you even put the thermometer in? Was there rigor mortis? Was she out of rigor mortis? There's always something that can give you a ballpark of a couple of hours at least. Why? Why? Yeah, let's say, yes, let's just.
Under your man.
Still, his palm print apparently on the suspected murder weapon. Mother's DNA on the murder weapon. But there should be, if there are injuries to the skull, there should be skull fragments, tiny ones on that skull. But now I hope this comes in later, that at least they can say, was that axe cleaned and with what? Because you can't clean out blood with just water. And if you use bleach, it will show bleach residue.
Manner of death. You indicated that the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Now, specifically, what does that mean to you?
Homicide is a medical determination. So unlike cause, right? I have many different options. Manner of death, I only have 5. A homicide being one of them. And homicide to me, it means death at the hands of another.
Okay, so that's a medical determination, not a legal conclusion.
Correct.
All right. And there's a distinction between those two things, isn't there?
Yes.
You're not making any statement with regards to guilt or innocence or who did it or any of that, are you?
No, I am not.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
In terms of timelines and time of death, you were not even asked to do that, were you?
No, that's not part of my job. I can document maybe changes that happen after someone dies, but no, that's not part of my report.
And as far as statements of guilt or who did it, you weren't asked to determine that either, were you?
No, that's not part of my job.
It's not part of... When did that change? You did the autopsy. Was there rigor mortis? Was there blood collecting on the lower... What the fuck is going on here?
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay. And now they are having a break. Now, her testimony left me with more questions. Yeah. One of the investigators said there was cash on the in the mother's bedroom. When the sister was interviewed, she laid up quite a big stash of cash. I see. Hold on. Let me see if I can show it. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Hold on. History. That's the wrong one, of course. Oh, I had it up. Darn it. Let's check history here. That would be okay. Here, that one is. That is from the interview. That is a big wad of cash. Did they check how much money? Say her mother's withdraw lots of money, and portions of it was missing. Did she buy anything? Why did she have that lot of cash? It's on the table. That's not a small sum. Say that is only fivers. That's at least, and that's just not fivers. I mean, you have at least 40 bills there. At least 40 bills. Seriously? Seriously? And they didn't even investigate it? What the frick? Hello, Slivels. Lividity. Thank you, Slidey Pie, over at Rumble. Did they show over at Rumble? Did they show footage of Kylie talking and laughing? Yes, they did. Let me go back to that part.
I know I'm not gonna do anything with it, but
I appreciate that.
I know how it is, and I'm
Yeah, nothing else on the side. Perfect.
catching up.
Alright. Good.
We will go back to the live. I just wanted to show this for the people who just joined. This is from yesterday.
Get some heat going.
Yesterday.
Are you cold? Not too bad in here? Okay.
But I wouldn't mind.
Good morning.
Alright, that's what you. Was there cop sent to my house because this?
Carol's not over at the court. Yes.
Okay, I was just double checking. Cause I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
She was fighting a domestic case with her mom because she said she slapped her foot. Now, that doesn't sound much, but that in combination with a large wad of cash, and they don't even investigate it. Nothing. Not her whereabouts. Nothing. How is this even possible? Oh, let's get back to day 2. It's infuriating. Nothing was investigated.
Another witness for the state?
We would call Stacy Schmeiser.
Okay.
And I think this is Zoom.
Yeah, they are going into Zoom meetings now. Yeah, the cop literally said on the stand that the sister was not a suspect because she denied being involved. Nothing about her was investigated. No. They didn't check her story. They didn't check if she had an alibi. They didn't check, was there traffic cameras spotting her anywhere, taking a Uber? They didn't check with Uber or any of the others. Did you drive anyone from any address that night? Nothing. And she had a domestic dispute with her mother. And she shows up at the crime scene after the investigators has been trying to get a hold of her for hours, and she just shows up. And then in the car, she admits having a domestic dispute. In the interview room, she puts up a load of cash on the table. They didn't even investigate it to rule her out.
Let's do this. Let's give the jury about 5 minutes while we set this up and make sure that we can connect with the next witness. Folks, we're
Yeah, let's skip ahead.
We'll be with you shortly here, okay? You.
Okay.
The testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Schmeiser, STACI, SCHMEISER.
Mr. Nelson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmeiser, what is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations.
How long have you been there?
I've been here approximately 25 years.
All right. We have here an Exhibit 30, which is your CV. I can't obviously show that to you because we're Zooming, but you know your CV, I trust?
Yes.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your qualifications and educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 30, Your Honor, by agreement.
Okay, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
As part of your functions, job functions, did you receive a blood specimen from the Dubuque Police Department on or about January 30th of this year?
Yes, it was received into the laboratory on January 31st.
Okay. From whom was that specimen taken?
The name on the specimen was Tyler Dazey.
Was there an initial, well, let me go back. What exactly screening? What is your function?
In this case, I confirmed the drugs present in the urine, or I'm sorry, in the blood.
So that is part of your job. You test the blood, and what are you testing for?
We test for controlled substances in the blood.
Okay. Was there an initial screening done on that specimen before you received it?
Yes, there was.
What's the purpose of the initial screening?
The initial screening is done in the laboratory to give an idea of what additional testing it may require.
Would it be safe to say that if you had an initial screening and came up with nothing, that there would be no further testing?
Yes.
And if you come up positive on certain things on the initial screening, then it comes on to you for confirmation screening?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else in terms of a description of confirmation screening in terms of what you do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying, what exactly is confirmation screening?
Confirmation screening, we use that initial screening test results to know what type of confirmation to run, and then we confirm any drugs that showed up in the initial screening.
And you did in fact do the testing and screening, the confirmation screening?
Yes, I did confirmation screening.
Okay, did you prepare a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I did.
And that would be Exhibit 31, Your Honor. I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
31 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury here what your findings were?
Yes, I have my report that I'd like to refer to so I don't misstate any of the numbers.
You may.
I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol greater than 250, which was our highest calibrator. I found the presence of delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol at 14 nanograms per milliliter. I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol.
THC.
Concentration of 9 nanograms per mil. I confirmed delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 5 nanograms per mil and confirmed the presence of delta 10 tetrahydrocannabinol and hexahydrocannabinol.
Are those all isomers of THC or variants of THC?
They're isomers of THC and metabolites of THC.
So in layman's terms.
Thank you, Nana Misty. Thank you for your continued support of this channel. She says, between this and the current retrial and this one, I'm wondering if investigators are getting their certificates out of a cracked jackbox. Yeah. I mean, it would have taken them maybe an hour of actual investigation of the sister to rule her out. Checking, was she home at 10 p.m. as she claimed? Were there movements? It's not that hard, but they chose to not even do that. Hello, Roland Arthur. Good to have you here. This is disturbingly bad when the evidence, other than the lack of investigations of any other possible outcome, when they are so tunnel visioned. Because when they are not even investigating in order to rule something out, oh, legal advice is sent you over. Hey, yeah, I was wondering where everybody came from. Hey, thank you, Jeff. Thank you. They didn't investigate anybody else, not even to rule them out. Well, they investigated the brother because they knew from the get-go he had nothing to do with it. They investigated Taylor's ex, and she hadn't heard from him for years, but they never looked into the sister, even though they knew she had a domestic dispute with her mother, which involved a slap of sorts. It's so infuriating when the evidence is good, but the lack of investigations to rule out other things are so lacking, then that it is in itself, it can create reasonable doubt. It's infuriating.
Basically, you're saying that this person consumed THC of various sources or from various sources?
Yes.
The numbers that you found, do they indicate heavy use, light use, or can you tell that at all?
It really varies in these type of levels. In a naive user could indicate recent use, but in a chronic user, these numbers can hang around for several days.
Could you explain the variations in these isomers of THC? What exactly are they?
Well, there were 3 types of THC, the Delta 8, Delta 9, and Delta 10. Delta 9 is the one that's been around the longest that I think most of us are referring to when we say THC. There's a ring structure in the compound, and they've just shifted that double bond in that ring structure. So shifting it one way makes a Delta 10, shifting it the other way makes a Delta 8.
Who would be doing the shifting?
It does occur naturally in the plant, but in very small quantities, so it is more than likely made in a laboratory somewhere.
What would be the purpose in making those changes?
I think originally they started changing the compound to try and circumvent some of the laws. Some of those compounds have become popular because they give a slightly different effect in the high.
Would it be fair to say that some of those variants were lab created for the gummies and those sorts of things that are now being marketed?
Yes.
He had gummies.
Did you also test edible for opiates, fentanyl, amphetamines, barbiturates, and other harder drugs?
That was tested for in the screening test.
And what was the results of that?
Those were negative.
This would be.
So the guy only had THC in his system. Now, of course, a person who is mentally ill and self-medicating can become violent. No question about it. But generally, THC makes you sleepy and calmer, not more violent. Generally.
Be safe to say that Mr. Dazey did not consume any of those other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
How you doing today?
Good.
Good. So, what is the differences as far as, I know you said that there can be a difference of highs, but as far as if you mix those, is there any different effect if you're mixing the different kinds of Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10?
They all have very similar effects, so it would be more of an additive effect.
Is there any dangers in mixing those?
There's no dangers per se of mixing those. There could be dangers in the amount that you would consume.
And if you know, what would those dangers be?
Someone can certainly overdose on marijuana. It isn't as dangerous as.
You can't overdose on pot. You too. What? No. I mean, overdose as in you fall asleep, eating too much so you fall asleep for a very long time, but overdose as in being violent or self-ending, there is 0 cases of overdosing leading to death by pot, by THC in the world. The fuck? Well, overdosing as in taking too much and getting a very strange and falling asleep and staying asleep for a long time. I need to see the data on that.
Some of the other drugs, but they may have negative reaction.
Okay. Do you know what kind of negative reactions?
Just decreased mobility, decreased attention to details, changes in thoughts, mood, behavior.
Common.
Is sometimes paranoia a side effect?
Paranoia, anxiousness can be a side effect, yes.
And when they say tetrahydrocannabinol, what does that mean?
That's the compound that we're referring to as THC. It's the active component of marijuana.
And is there a difference between a blood test and a urine test?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
Blood test shows what is currently in the blood. It typically has a little tighter time frame window. Urine test shows what's already been metabolized and excreted from the body.
And when you say a metabolite, what does that mean?
That's what the body breaks the compounds down in order to excrete them from the body. So we would call that a metabolite.
And are you looking for metabolites in the blood, or are you looking for something different?
We look for both metabolites and parent compounds.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, you didn't find any dangerous levels in the specimen that you tested, did you?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So no dangerous levels getting close to ODing. Okay. So it has nothing. If him having gummies and edibles, I would say that speaks against him getting overly violent. That speaks against the state's case, in my opinion. For frick's sake.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, who's the next witness going to be?
Joe Moret. Joe Moret.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Meiser.
Didn't. Louis Thomas asked, what are the defense getting at? I would assume if he did it, now, because he doesn't have the insanity defense. They just wanted to talk about if you take a lot of this, you often get much calmer, reduced mobility. Yes, Bifrons uses synthetic, but she didn't testify to that. She testified as in gummies. All right, who's next?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Joseph Daniel Moret, JosepDanielMorrett.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
A little bit over 4 years.
Did you have any work experience prior to that?
I ran the biolab at a company called Genomoto North America in Eddie.
Witchcraft comes into the son, calling his mother a witch, and he himself has interesting tattoos depicting octogram, pentagram stuff. But I haven't heard anything yet. This is what the law and crime may call it, the witchcraft murder crime. I hope they will come to it sooner or later. Siobhan says he said he believed his mother was practicing witchcraft against him, and his sister told him, his sister told him that his mother practiced witchcraft. So the sister might have lied. This is such a weird case, and I don't like it.
Iowa.
You provided a statement of qualifications. Is that an accurate representation of your educational and work history as well as your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 32, which is the statement of qualifications.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
32 is admitted.
While we're at it, I would ask to admit his report, Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
33 is also admitted.
Could you briefly explain what it is that you do as part of your job function?
I work in the toxicology section of the lab. And in the toxicology section, we test blood and urine for the presence of drugs and alcohol.
So on January 30th or 31st of this year, did you receive a urine specimen from the Dubuque Police Department?
There was a urine specimen received by the evidence room, yes.
Okay. Do you know from whom that specimen was collected?
The sample is labeled Tyler James Dazey.
Did you test or analyze that specimen?
I did.
Was there a preliminary screening done before you got the specimen?
Yes, there was.
What was the purpose of that preliminary screen?
The preliminary screen tests for classes or categories of drugs. If there is any of those tests that reach the threshold level of a positive screen, we send it on for confirmation testing, which is a separate type. There we will look and confirm a specific drug from that class.
Did you in fact do the confirmation testing on this specimen?
I did.
Did you also do a report on your findings?
I did.
And we have labeled that Exhibit 33. Could you explain to the jury what your findings were?
I found 2 drugs in the urine specimen. They are 11-nor-9-carboxy delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and 11-nor-9-carboxy delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol. And these are simply breakdown products of...
It's the same damn testimony. Oh, so there are 2 people testifying about this
THC that someone has consumed.
And we had a little discussion previously about different versions of THC. Could you just briefly tell me what you know about that between like the delta-9, delta-8s?
So the structure of the drug overall is very similar. The only difference between the 2 is the positioning of a double bond on the molecule. Everything else on the drug is exactly the same shape. And since they're so closely related, they have similar effects on a human body.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, barbiturates, amphetamines, and other substances?
The screen testing did. I did not test for any of those.
So if the screen testing came back negative on those, that there would be essentially nothing above the threshold on those substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the bottom line conclusion be that Mr. Dazey ingested certain forms of THC, but no other hard drugs?
At a level that would create a positive screen, correct.
Okay. What would be the difference between what you did and what Mr. Claybaugh did? Both of you tested urine.
Mr. Claybaugh did what we call an expanded screen. This test for a number of drugs that the initial screen doesn't cover. A lot of these are prescription drugs and less common drugs of abuse. So he looked to analyze for those drugs, and I believe he also did not find any controlled substances.
So we do an initial screen. If there's a positive there, then it goes on to confirmation. And then from there, it may go on to somebody else for additional testing for further substances. Is that accurate?
It depends on the case. Some cases do qualify for further testing, some don't.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you doing?
They had 2 people testifying about the same damn thing. Seriously? I did do a checkup regarding THC overdosing, and the absolute few cases it revolves vaping and with nicotine. So I have to disagree with fatal overdose based on THC alone. That's the only thing I can find when it's combined with nicotine in a vaping situation. But if you have information that says it otherwise, send a DM on X with the study.
Today.
Good. How are you?
Good. When you do the test of the urine, what's the timeline? How far back can your, test read?
Our test will only determine what quantity of drugs were in the urine at the time it was collected. So whatever time the urine was collected is the moment and space that we're analyzing.
Okay. Is there any degrading of the metabolites the longer that the sample is held?
It's possible that things can degrade slowly. We keep our samples refrigerated to help minimize that loss.
And do you know how, is there a time range from when the person ingested it to where it would unlikely show on the test anymore?
That very much depends on the manner in which they ingest it. If they are an infrequent user A urine test would probably show for anywhere from 1 to 3 days. If they're a frequent user, they can test positive for weeks afterwards, even if they're not continuously using.
Hey, Megan.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing further.
And who's our next witness, Mr. Nelson?
That would be Heidi Rogowski.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
2 people, one tested the blood, THC. One tested the urine, THC. Completely useless. They could have had that through one person. We tested the blood and urine. It tested positive for the byproduct.
Good morning.
THC.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Heidi, Heidi, Rogowski, Rogowski.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, what is your occupation?
I currently work as a criminalist for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation at their criminalistics laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been employed there?
I started with them in March of 2022, so just under 2.5 years.
You have sent a statement of qualifications along, and I ask, is that an accurate representation of your education, training, qualifications, and work history?
Can you tell me the date on that document?
Thanks for being here.
Revised June 27th of 2024.
Yes, that will be the most recent copy.
And that would be Exhibit 39. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
39 is admitted.
You hold a master's degree in forensic science, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
You also have many hours of specialized training on prints.
Yes, I've completed over 500 hours of specialized training through external vendors in the form of specialized coursework and attending professional conferences.
Could you explain to the jury here just what it is that you do?
My job focuses on the examination of items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. So items submitted to our laboratory, I will examine them to try to...
Okay, latent prints. So now we're getting into the palm print on the hatchet. But then again, it's his hatchet. You would assume his prints are on it. What would be interesting for me is where on that hatchet it is. For instance, let me show you here, because I have this one. If you've been with my channel, you have seen this one before. Hold on while I do this. Hatchet. Now, this isn't close to the hatchet. Now, is the palm print here? Or is it here? If there are no palm prints or fingerprints in the lower area, has it been cleaned and why? That is what I would like to know. That, I mean, in order for me to consider him using the hatchet as a weapon against his mother, the palm print has to be here. Not here, here, here. It has to be in this area. That is what I consider being actual evidence.
To see or develop latent prints on those items. Those developed impressions can then be preserved through photography or lifting, and then that development is subsequently analyzed and compared to try to attribute those impressions to a particular source.
Could you just tell me what exactly is a latent print versus a known print?
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. So on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet, we have a specialized type of skin known as friction-ridged skin. When this skin comes in contact with the surface of an item, there's the potential that an impression can be left behind. It acts similar to a rubber stamp, and then the sweat and oils located on that skin act as like an ink, leaving behind an impression. A latent print is considered a chance reproduction, and it happens naturally when the skin comes in contact with a surface just due to routine touching and handling. A known print is going to be the intentional reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. These
Thank you, Roland Arthur. who found this. A judge for the DEA determined that the amount of marijuana that needs to be consumed to reach an LD50 is so high that marijuana has no set LD50 for human overdose. Thank you, Roland. Now, that's from a judge for the DEA. I would prefer a scientist, but that's good enough for now. Thank you so much.
These are captured under controlled conditions where the goal is to record someone's friction-rich skin. These are generally captured through physical means like inks and powders, or we can capture them digitally through a specialized device called a live scan.
What are the basic factors in the use of friction-ridged skin as a means of identification?
We can use friction-ridged skin as a means for identification due to the nature of friction-ridged skin itself. So the features within your friction-ridged skin vary significantly within the population. So if enough of those features are present in an impression, we can reliably differentiate one individual's impressions from another. Additionally, the skin is generally stable through adolescence to middle adulthood, and that allows us to verify an individual's identity over time.
Could you briefly describe the methodology or process that you use in making comparisons?
When we develop a latent impression, we go through a process known as ACE-B. ACE-B stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. During the analysis phase, we will assess the developed latent print to see if there are enough of those features present to move it forward to compare. If there is a lack of those features, our examination will halt and we will not proceed further. If there are enough features present, we will move on to comparison. Comparison is a process where we compare side by side the features within the latent print to the features within a known print. We look to see A, is the feature present in both impressions? B, is the sequence of all of those features in agreement as well? And then C, we look for if their spatial relationships or where they lie within the imprint are also in agreement. As that process moves forward, we transition into evaluation. This is ultimately where we arrive at a conclusion, and those conclusions generally are identification. The latent print and the known print originated from the same source. Exclusion, the latent print and the known print originated from different sources. And inconclusive, where due to one reason or another, we're not able to definitively identify or exclude the impression. The final step is verification. This is when a second trained examiner will repeat the process of analyzing the latent print, doing a comparison, and then arriving at a conclusion. If those conclusions are in agreement with one another, we will report out our findings.
On or about
in agreement. Now, fingerprints 30, 40, 50 years ago was a highly regarded science. Not so much anymore. Now, one of the things is they are talking about ridges and dots and things like that. Now, the level of comparison items in a fingerprint varies not only from country to country, it's even in the United States, it varies from state to state. Some have in a full print as little as 4 similar points of action, so to speak. Some countries has up to 12 similar. I don't know what's going on in Iowa, how many of these has to be connected. For me, it's too flawed to be that reliable. Now, in this matter, there are a very limited amount of people who could have access to that hatchet, so it limits. But did they only test him and none of the other? Then, in my opinion, it's basically worthless. You have to compare it to a multitude of people to say who is the most probable and who can we say it's definitely not that one. Something tells me the sister's palm was never tested. I don't know, I have a hunch.
January 30th of this year, did you receive a hatchet from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze or test that hatchet and apply the methodology you have described?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 40 at this time, which is the report.
Any objection?
No objection.
40 is admitted.
Are your conclusions set forth in your report?
Yes, they are.
What are your findings and conclusions?
Based on my examination of the hatchet, I was able to develop one latent palm print that was suitable for comparison. That developed latent palm print was searched through the Iowa Automated Biometric Identification System. And as a result of that search, it was identified to Tyler Dazey.
Where was that latent palm print located on the hatchet?
That palm print was developed on the handle of the hatchet.
The end, or is it somewhere closer to the head? Where about on the?
I would have to see the item. There should be markings indicating where that impression was developed.
What would the markings show?
We indicate develop latent prints with an indicator, so it would be the item number and a letter, and then you'll be looking for a bracket, and that indicates source and orientation.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
But you don't show it. You didn't show it, and you should have in your report where on that handle it was. Why didn't you say where on the handle it was?
What substances was the print made from? Was that from oil and or sweat from the skin?
The techniques that I use to develop the latent print would react with the regular components of latent print residue. So that would be sweat, oils, things of that matter.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at was this print wasn't left in blood, was it?
The techniques that I use do not generally react with blood. So this impression in particular, I would say was not in blood.
Okay. Were you able to determine when the print was left on the hatchet?
No, there's no way currently to date when a latent print was deposited on an item.
Are you able to tell how old a latent print is?
No, because we're not able to date when it was placed on an item.
Okay. And how long can a latent print last?
Depending on the conditions and how the item is handled, they can last for basically an indefinite period of time. So it varies, but I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate timeline.
Now, if somebody leaves a latent palm print on an object, and then somebody else comes along and touches that same area and say uses that device, what would you expect to see? What effect would that have on the print?
It depends on several factors. So if the second individual was wearing gloves, only the first impression would be left behind. If the touches overlapped, we could have what would be considered a composite. So you could have multiple impressions sitting on top of one another. And how the item was handled potentially has the ability to destroy impressions that were previously there.
Okay. You'd call those smudges, wouldn't you?
Smudges can happen during first contact, second contact, but yes, that would be a smearing of the impression.
Okay. Were portions of this palm print readable and other portions were not readable?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, parts of the print were smudged.
Yes, that is common of most latent prints.
And as I understand it, from what you just said, that could indicate movement at the time that the print was deposited, right?
Yes.
Or it could indicate that somebody else used the device or touched the device after the print was deposited.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to determine if it was a result of the initial touch or subsequent handling.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you actually had the hatchet there in your hands, didn't you, when you tested it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that there's, if somebody owns that hatchet and they own it for a period of time and they have it in their house, I don't know exactly what you do with an SOG hatchet, but I'm assuming it's either a hunting or a wood cutting device or something to that effect. But in any event, it wouldn't be at all surprising to find their palm print on their own hatchet, would it?
No, it wouldn't. If it belongs to a given individual, it would not be surprising to find their prints on that item.
But I need to know where on the handle it was.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If this hatchet was scrubbed or washed in a shower, would you expect the latent prints to be destroyed?
Potentially, water and scrubbing has the ability to wash away or destroy latent impressions. Not having kind of more information, I wouldn't be able to say definitively if there would be no impressions at all.
Would it be more likely that these impressions were placed on the hatchet after the shower as opposed to before, based on your observations of them?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
But potentially the shower would wash away latent prints?
There is the potential, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Blair?
You haven't even determined if he took a shower. You found towels there, but nobody testified the towels were wet. The investigators were in the bathtub, but didn't testify if it was still water pooled in it. They didn't even testify, was the shower curtain still wet?
Did you see anything on the hatchet which would indicate that that hatchet was cleaned or showered?
The appearance of the ridges had a beading-like appearance in some areas, which would indicate that the residue was potentially extra wet at the time that the latent print was deposited. So I wouldn't count it out that the hatchet could have been wet at the time the latent print was deposited.
Could that also be from sweat?
Yes,
So if somebody touches it when they're very sweaty, that could produce the same thing.
yes. It'll give the same appearance whether the item is wet at the time of contract or whether the hands are wet at the time of contact.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, are we all finished with the folks from the Ankeny lab?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Where on the hatchet did you find the print? Now, she did say there are indicators of where. Show it to me. I need to see it. Oh,
You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
yes, I know the hatchet was in the bathroom, but I also know it was placed on the shelf with the end sticking out so it would hinder a person to go to the toilet without bumping into it. I don't know about you guys, but I do not place things in my bathroom so I would bump into it if I needed to go to the toilet. It just doesn't happen.
Do we have another witness for the state?
Yes, we have Gage Claybaugh, and that we've done by Zoom, and we've recorded it because he is off in Europe somewhere today. So we would just play that by agreement.
Okay. Do you want to identify for the record, was his testimony taken under oath on a previous date?
Yes, it was an evidentiary deposition.
And is the date identified in the deposition?
I
If not, why don't you place that in the record about when the testimony was given
That would be July 11th, Judge.
of 2024? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have that queued up?
I have it ready to go.
More Zoom. Skipping ahead.
What testing did you do?
The frozen is in the law and crime feed, not my feed.
I did our targeted screen is what it's called. And so it's a specific testing that we do if a case meets a certain criteria. So that criteria would be sex assaults, death investigations, or if it's requested by the officer. And it looks at different prescription drugs and some miscellaneous drugs.
This list that we have that I've marked as Exhibit 35A with a whole lot of different compounds on it, would that be the compounds that you test for?
Yes.
And what were your findings after doing the testing?
My testing was negative. So of the compounds on that list, I did not find any positives.
Was there a positive for marijuana metabolites? Or do you
Not on this. I did not test for that.
Is that a separate test from someone else at the lab?
Correct. It is a separate test.
And then you did a report concerning your findings, is that correct?
Yep.
And Exhibit 35, would that be the report that you did?
I believe so, yes.
And the report essentially says that you found nothing, is that right?
Yes.
It says, your report says no additional controlled substance. What's the significance of the word additional?
Yeah, so at this time we had separate reports. So we would do the initial screening and confirmational testing on one report, and then the targeted screen, which is what I did. We would do that on a separate report. So if the other analysts found, had a positive test, then on my report, if I didn't find anything, we would write no additional controlled substances.
So when you do the testing, there's a minimum threshold, is there not?
Correct. There is.
So there could be an amount in the sample or the specimen that just did not meet the threshold. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if it be a prescription drug.
That is so speculative. How is that allowed in? That's pure speculation.
The fact that you said a negative finding doesn't necessarily mean that a person was not taking the drug, does it?
How is this allowed?
No, so my negative screen just means that no drugs past that threshold is what that means. So
someone could have been taking a prescription drug at some level and been below that threshold is what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Potentially, yes.
Yes.
This is so stupid.
I don't have any further questions. Mr. Hoover.
Yes.
Just a minute.
So they only found one.
Okay. So, Mr. Claybaugh, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly, what you're saying is, as far as the test, did you not retest for any substance that was found positive, or it just when you retested it didn't meet the threshold?
Would you mind rephrasing that? Like, do you mean? Yeah. Would you?
Yeah, sure. So, if I understand correctly, there was an initial test done, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And it showed positive for some substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, when you did the targeted testing,
yep.
Did you not test for those substances that had already been found?
Correct. Yeah. So the substances that I tested for all on that list, all of the ones on that list, there might be, I can't exactly remember if there's some similarities with the testing. There might be a couple drugs that are similar, but of the ones that were positive and sent on for this, I don't believe there were any that were the same. It was. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. I don't believe there were any what?
I'm not sure. Do you want me to? I can just kind of rephrase. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah. So I was just saying. There might be some. I can't remember exactly if there are any of the same drugs on the confirmation test with the general. There might be a few, and of the ones that were positive on that confirmational test, I don't believe any of those were are on the targeted screen at all.
Okay. So, for example, if marijuana or some derivative of marijuana was on the previous test, you wouldn't have necessarily tested it on the targeted test, correct?
Correct.
And looking through that list, the THC is not on that list, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
So they only found pot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Claybaugh. We are finished
Seems
today.
like the prosecution is adamant in there has to be more. There has to be more. No, he only had probably edibles in his system, which doesn't indicate extreme violence all of a sudden. When another witness, the victim's best friend testified that Taylor had no violent tendencies unless you pushed him to his absolute limit. Except that there is no evidence he was violent. He has no violent past. Nothing.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
The only person with any evidence of violence towards the victim is the daughter, who told the investigator there was a domestic case against her, and they never investigated her. Okay, next one. Come on, next one.
Do we have another witness for the state?
We do, however, she will not be here till 11.
Okay.
And as a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit exhibits 34, 35, and 35A.
Yes, I meant to cover that. There was an agreement by the parties during the deposition. Mr. Hoover, I assume no objection?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, 34, 35, and 35A are all admitted. Folks, good news, two things. We're ahead of schedule and you get a nice break now. Our next witness is scheduled to be here at 11. So you folks have about a half an hour. Use that time however you'd like. You can go for a walk. You can go home if you live close.
And we are almost up to speed. We are only 40 minutes behind. Now we're only 30 minutes behind. Ah, there we go.
Please.
State would call Tara Scott.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Tara, T-A-R-A, Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your present occupation?
I am a criminalist in the DNA section at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been there?
I've been in this position since October of 2007.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So you have been marked as State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is my SOQ, or Statement of Qualifications.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your education, training, and work experience?
Yes.
I'd move to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is admitted.
Could you explain just what it is that you do at the laboratory?
So in the DNA casework section, we get evidence that is submitted by police agencies throughout the state. We look at that. We determine if we need to do any screening for body fluids, take samples for DNA, develop DNA profiles, and then compare those to any known DNA profiles that are submitted in that case, write a report to our findings, and then testify if necessary.
Louis Thomas says, it's possible he was so high he slept through everything. That's a big possibility. And since the investigators never investigated the other possible suspect, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if you discover a deceased woman and you learn that there is a person who has a domestic case against that person due to violence, why wouldn't you investigate that? Why? It's... Yeah, I don't...
Could you explain to the jury just exactly what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the unit of heredity that is in all cells that have a nucleus in your body. You inherit half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father, and it is shown to be unique except in the case of identical twins.
Where is DNA found?
It is in the nucleus. The nuclear DNA that I test is found in the nucleus of the cells. So it's in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, skin.
How do you examine items for DNA?
Depending on the item and what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a body fluid, I will do first a visual exam in natural light. If I can't see anything with that, we have alternate light sources that we can use to try to visualize DNA. And then we do a screening test, if applicable, and take a sample from it.
How do you process DNA?
So the cutting that we take, or sample that we take, it goes into a tube, and then we do what's called an extraction, which gets the DNA out of the cells and into a solution. From that, we do what's called a quant that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample. And from that, we perform what's called an amplification that copies that DNA, and then we use a 3500 genetic analyzer to visualize that DNA profile.
What areas of DNA do you test?
There are currently 21 loci or locations on the DNA that we test.
How do you compare DNA found on evidence to a specific individual?
So we use the profile that we develop, and we also develop profiles from known blood or buccal samples. And then we make a comparison based on those two profiles to see if the alleles that are in each loci or location are the same or different.
So on about January 30th of this year, did you receive items from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
I did.
And did you in fact perform testing?
I did.
Did you author 2 separate reports concerning your testing?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked, States Exhibit 37 and 38. Can you tell me what those documents are?
37 is a DNA report that was issued on March 4th of 2024. That is the my initial report. Item 38, Exhibit 38 is a report I issued on April 3rd of 2024.
Are these both true and accurate copies of your reports?
Now, my opinion regarding DNA, really important as to determine certain things. Is it on the murder weapon? Is it there? Is it over there? But without corroborating evidence, it's not evidence of guilt in itself. It has to be corroborated. Now, his palm print on the alleged murder weapon is a really good indicator. But it is his hatchet. And they only found one palm print, and there was no blood in that palm print, no blood in that smudge. Apparently, no blood on the handle at all. So is it possible that somebody else used it and then put it in his bathroom to pin it on him? We don't. It's a slight possibility, but that slight possibility, together with the fact that they didn't even consider, they didn't even investigate to rule somebody else out. Now, do I believe he will be convicted? Yeah, I do, based on this alone. Yeah. Because when people hear DNA, guilty. Was he in the house? Yeah, guilty. But I see, because I have training in this. I've been doing labor law for over 30 years. I have training in evidence evaluation, in witness evaluation. For me, this is nowhere. I mean, is it probable that he did it? Yes, I'm there. Am I beyond reasonable doubt? Oh, hell no.
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit Exhibit 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 and 38 are both admitted.
So if we look at Exhibit 37, on the first page, there's a listing on there. Could you explain what that is?
That is under the heading of items as described by submitting agency. So the list lists the lab number that is assigned once it's submitted, the agency case or agency item number, and then the description that the agency gave us.
And then there's a listing of the items that you tested?
This was all that was submitted. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't necessarily test all of them?
Correct.
Why would you not test some of them?
We tried to look at what would be considered the most probative evidence first. And if we develop profiles from that, we don't necessarily look at everything in the case, but we can always go back if requested to.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 37?
Yes.
So of all those items, which ones did you test? Or should I start with which ones did you not?
Let's see here. The ones that I did not examine at that time were the nasal swabs, the right-hand finger clippings, and left-hand finger clippings from Tyler Dazey.
Those would be numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
And then if you go to the second page on your results of examination, that would explain that.
Yes, on also on items 15 and 16, which were the right-hand fingernail scrapings.
Hello, Tourette's Majestic. She says, I think the man has definitely killed his family, but I haven't seen anything conclusive proving it yet, though. Watching trials with real lawyers has changed my way of thinking. Lol. I agree. I mean, now you can say to me that, oh, you're wrong, you're an asswipe. I don't mind. If you believe I'm wrong, just tell me and tell me why. And we will have a discussion. I'm just referring to my experience, my training, and my way of critical thinking. And I need more than the prosecution is presenting at the moment.
And left-hand fingernail scrapings from Jennifer Dazey.
Okay, you also did a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And were there any findings there of significance?
Well, screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the items, and no sperm were observed, and no DNA factors foreign to Jennifer Dazey were detected in the profiles developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample, the epithelial fraction of the anal sample, or the epithelial fraction of the vaginal sample.
So in layman's terms, no significant findings there?
There's nothing foreign to Jennifer Dazey.
Thank you. So then you also looked at items 7 and 8?
Yes.
And these were bloodstains from the dining room and from the hallway, is that correct?
That's what they're labeled as, yes.
What were your findings on those specimens?
For item 7, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from dining room, and the DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So it's safe to say that the blood belonged to Jennifer Dazey?
Unless she has an identical twin.
And that would be the same for for number 8, 7 and 8 both?
Yes, screening also indicate the presence of blood on the swabs from hallway floor, and the DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey with the same statistic.
Okay, item number 9 was a swab from the bathroom sink. What were your findings on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom sink. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals, and due to the mixture complexity, no further interpretations can be made.
Could you explain a little bit about what the mixture and complexity mean as it pertains to DNA?
So when I said you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father, so you have 1 or 2 alleles at each location. When you have multiple people, you will see 3 or 4 alleles at each location. When there is not enough difference in the contributors, if they're about equal or if there's a very low amount, you'll be able to see that you have multiple people, but you won't be able to separate the 2 profiles out.
So in other words, there was DNA there, there was just a mix and you couldn't pull out any individual people, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at item number 10, the hatchet. What were your findings on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 stains on the blade and head of the hatchet. The screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas on the handle of the hatchet.
Did you do that screening for blood or did someone else?
I did.
When you handled the hatchet, what condition was it in?
I'm not sure. It was.
Did it appear to have been cleaned or scrubbed or washed?
Not that was obvious, no.
Were there, cakes of mud or dirt or anything on it?
Not that I recall.
Did you find blood on the handle?
Yes.
What were your determinations on that?
Well, I took 1 sample at this time from 1 of the areas, and the DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And again, meaning to lay people?
There's some DNA on there, but there's not enough to determine a profile that.
There's no DNA of the mother on that hatchet. So we don't even know if that hatchet is the actual murder weapon. Okay.
Is strong enough for comparison.
Okay, item number 11, you took sample from the bathtub drain. What was your findings there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom tub drain. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of a major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Tyler Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 130 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you find evidence of blood in the sample that you took from the bathtub drain?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs, yes.
Was there any testing done to determine whether that was human, animal, or other type of blood?
No, the only thing I did at this time was the DNA testing after that.
Okay, so the DNA testing that you did, you found DNA, but that didn't necessarily come from the blood, did it?
It's possible.
Unhung hero for $5. So the victim was caught embezzling from her employer a few years ago. Interesting. So there might be more people with motive. Back to the hatch. Thank you so much, Unhung Hero, for your support of this channel. You know I appreciate you immensely. Back to the hatchet. There was blood. And it was Tyler's DNA. But they don't even know if the blood is human. What? They don't even know if it's the murder weapon. They don't even know if it's the murder weapon. They haven't confirmed it is the actual murder weapon. This, I started with this case because it was a clear-cut case. I wanted to show you a clear-cut case with good evidence. And they don't even know if it's the murder weapon. What the fuck? Seriously? They don't even know if it's the murder weapon. They can't prove it is the murder weapon. Sorry. They don't know it.
Well, it came from another source, yes.
So if someone took a shower and shed skin or hair or any other things, that could give up DNA as well. Is that right?
Yes.
How does DNA degrade?
So with cleaning products, again, for example, in our lab, we use either alcohol or bleach in a 10% bleach solution to clean between cases and clean our racks and stuff that we put samples in. So that would degrade UV light. So that any other cleaning products and sometimes time, heat, they can all degrade DNA.
If a person had taken a shower recently, would you think there'd be a better probability of finding DNA as opposed to someone who took a shower a week before in that same tub?
Yes.
All right, let's look at number 12 and 13. We might as well do them together. Those are blood spatters. What were your findings on those?
So for number 12 and 13, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box and bedroom wall. The DNA profiles developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So when you get those samples, there may be DNA in a house, for instance, on the wall of someone, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if you have blood on there and you take that sample, is the likelihood of the DNA being in the blood higher than the DNA that would just be pre-existing on the wall before the blood was there?
Yes.
So it would be very unlikely to take a sample of blood and find that the primary contributor was the person whose DNA was on the wall to begin with, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think it would be more likely in this for blood on a wall when you take a sample for the DNA profile, especially a single source, to be from the blood as opposed to background DNA that's on the wall.
So the blood would be the primary one, as you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And there may be other DNA mixed in, but it's going to be minimal.
In most circumstances, yes.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 38. Yes. May I publish Exhibit 38? Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm still stuck with the fact that they can
And
prove
again,
it's a murder weapon.
This one, we've got 4 items listed. Did you test all 4 of those?
I did.
And this was a follow-up testing?
Yes.
You did later? Why did you do a follow-up testing?
I spoke with somebody from the Butte Police Department and they requested additional testing.
Okay, so let's look at 3 and 4. What were those?
3, the screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
That would not be uncommon, would it?
No.
In taking fingernail clippings?
That's not uncommon, no.
How about item number 10?
The screening indicated the presence of blood on 2 areas of the handle of the hatchet. No DNA profile was developed from swabs of the area on the SOG side of the hatchet handle. The DNA profile developed from swabs of the area under the S on the hatchet handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.5 octillion.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, it's her blood on the wall, on other spots, but not on the murder weapon. We don't know if it's a murder weapon. For fuck's sake.
Is that the same hatchet that you examined?
Yes, it is.
Can you see your marks on there?
Yes, I can.
Could you show the jury where you did the testing on there?
Show me the mark of the...
On this side, under the blade side on the handle, is where you can see I've circled it, and I have 10.1 listed. 10.2 is adjacent to that on the adjacent side of the handle. And then 10.3 is a small stain here under where it says the SOG here on towards the bottom half of the handle. And that's where I circled and tested that area.
So when you say under the S, that means below it on the handle, not actually under it.
Correct.
So your findings on 2 of those did not show any DNA, or you couldn't get a profile, is that right? Or am I misreading that?
Yes. So in 10.1, the DNA factors detected were too weak. 10.2 did not develop a profile. And so if that answers your question.
Yes. And 10.3 is where you did develop that profile.
Correct.
And again, that was Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And you had another individual there, but that was...
Okay. So we have her DNA, but not blood DNA. And it is in the same household. There is no definitive evidence that that is the actual murder weapon still.
Not enough to develop the profile, is that right?
Right. There is one additional factor present that was insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you take swabs of the blade of that hatchet at some point?
Yes.
What did you find from that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the blade of the hatchet, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the blade of the hatchet were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Could that be that there may have been blood on there which had been scrubbed or wiped away and left some DNA, but not enough to make a profile?
That's possible.
That is so speculative.
Did you find any actual blood on that weapon when you tested it?
The 3 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood.
But that wasn't visible to the naked eye, was it?
No, they were small and dilute stains.
Yeah, so you had to test for that just to pull it out of there?
But it
Would it be safe to say that this
human
weapon
blood.
had been cleaned of blood at some point, leaving only that little bit of residue behind?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Fair enough.
Good testimony.
I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
That's a good summary, Sir Frank Otter. Her blood was not found in the bathtub, on the hatchet, on him, under his nails. But with the ones living in the house, would have been DNA everywhere. They can prove that's the murder weapon.
I've got it.
This was supposed to be a good trial. Oh. Do I believe he will be convicted anyways? Yeah. But
37?
I don't believe he should.
Yes.
Because
Now,
apparently,
and you just testified.
even though these cops can collect evidence, they are shit at doing investigation. They had the daughter saying she had a domestic case against her, including violence towards the mother, and they never checked her out.
About that in some detail, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about a few of these things. One of the things I want to ask you about is sources of DNA. Blood is one source of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
What other sources of DNA are there?
Saliva, skin cells, seminal fluid.
Okay. We excrete DNA pretty much all the time, don't we?
I'm not sure what you mean by excrete.
Well, for example, there's even some small amount of DNA in the moisture in my breath, isn't there?
Yes, that would be from the skin cells inside your mouth.
And when I touch something, if I'm the type of person who leaves DNA, I would leave DNA on pretty much anything and everything I touch.
Potentially.
And the longer I'm in an area, for example, if we're talking about my bedroom, or we're talking about an item that I handle on a regular basis, like a jewelry box, I could leave a lot of DNA on those items, couldn't I?
You could.
If I've been living in a location for a number of years, those skin cells can actually accumulate, can't they?
Yes.
And I understand there's some degradation, but depending on the level of cleaning and what's used to clean. And we can clean with some things and it doesn't really affect the DNA, isn't that right?
Yes.
Why do my trials always
Now,
become a
let's talk about a few of the items up here. I understand that initially you did not test items 2, 3, and 4. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about those when we get over to State's Exhibit 38. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 7. Now, this is reported as being a swab from a possible blood stain in the dining room.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we heard, well, I believe on direct examination, you testified that you were able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes.
And that the swab tested positive for blood. Is that right?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Did you say that that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I did not.
If you did say that, that's actually more than you can say, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You can't say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
No, I can only say that the profile developed from that swab matches her.
Okay. And that's for a couple of different reasons. Number one, did you test item 7 to determine if it was human?
Nana Misty, thank you again. Thank you for your support. Because we like hearing you say Lord Farquaad. For you who are very, very new to this, when I say Lord Farquaad in a very, very Swedish accent, it sounds like this. Fuck twat. But I actually mean Farquaad. It's just my Swedish accent. It makes it sound something else.
Or animal blood?
I did not do that test, no.
Were you aware that there was animal blood in the area?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't test to determine whether or not the blood stain in item 7 was human or animal blood?
Correct, I did not.
And as I understand it, when you swab an area, especially if it's wet, for example, if I touch a table and I walk away, but if I get that wet with something and I swab it then, doesn't that actually increase the number of skin cells and stuff that I'm going to pull off of that item that I'm swabbing? Potentially, if there's skin cells there.
Okay.
If there's DNA, touch DNA on that item, and I then moisten it a little bit, and then I swab it, I'm going to get the moisture, but I'm also going to get the touch DNA, aren't I?
You could potentially, if there's some there, yes.
Okay. And the fact that it's moist might actually increase the likelihood that I get that touch DNA, doesn't it?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Oh, fuck you.
Well, let me ask you.
I said fork. Fork, as in spoon and fork. She doesn't want to answer that question. Because, of course, if you moisten an area, and because you do it to extract what's there, of course, you will get more stuff from that area on the swab. That is a simple yes, but she doesn't want to say it. I love forks.
Ask you this. Do you know if the DNA profile that you detected, and I understand it was Jennifer Dazey's DNA to the 310 octillion or something like that. Is that right?
The statistic, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that DNA came from the blood, or did it come from skin cells or touch DNA that was located in that same area that was swabbed?
That cannot be determined.
And the likelihood of whether or not it came from one or the other would depend on whether or not that was animal or human blood to some extent, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
Because if it was animal blood, you're not getting human DNA from it, right?
Correct.
It would also depend to some extent on how much exposure to her DNA that location on the floor had, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
It's not technically yes. It's yes.
And that's essentially why you're not able to tell us whether or not item 7, even though it tested positive for blood, you're not able to tell us whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood.
Correct. I cannot say that, correct.
Okay.
Why is it always so hard to get straight answers from state? She did so well, but then she got defensive.
Is it fair to say that you would expect to find touch DNA and, well, essentially touch DNA or skin cell DNA from other DNA sources for someone where they live?
In some areas more than others, but yes, in the areas that they live.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of these. Number 8 is a swab from a possible bloodstain in a hallway. Did you screen to see, well, let me ask you this. Did you screen to determine whether blood was present?
Yes.
Okay. Did you screen to determine whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that DNA profile came from the blood, or could it have come from other touch DNA located on the swab?
I cannot say with any certainty that it came, or with any, I cannot say for sure whether it came from the blood, no.
And it would not be unusual to find Jennifer Dazey's DNA on the hallway floor right outside her bedroom in a house where she's lived for several years, would it?
On a general floor in a house, I would not necessarily expect to find that a large amount of DNA. So is it possible? Yes.
Okay. Did you find a large amount of DNA?
I'd have to refer to my notes to see what the estimate of that was.
Okay. Let's talk about item 9, which is the swab from a possible blood stain in the bathroom sink. Did you screen that swab for blood?
Yes.
And was there blood present?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test to see whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
There was DNA factors detected, yes.
Okay. Were you able to develop a profile?
I'm not sure what you mean by develop a profile.
Were you able to determine whose DNA it was?
No, I was not able to determine whose DNA it was.
All right. Sorry, they have our computers on a timer. With regards to, we'll skip item 10 because for the moment, with regards to item 11, that's the swab from around the bathtub drain. And I think you testified about that. It's on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. You would expect to find a lot of different sources of DNA in a bathtub drain, wouldn't you?
There are potentially a lot of sources, yes.
Okay. Now, this was swabbed. You didn't actually see the drain. You just saw the swab from the drain, right?
Correct. I saw only the swab.
Okay. Did you screen the swab for blood?
Yes.
Okay. Did the screening test positive for blood?
The screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
And I apologize because, I mean, obviously you know what my next question is on each of these, but we still need to go slow so that she can take it all down. We can't talk at the same time. Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop?
There was a mixture of DNA on this, and the profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known of Tyler Dazey.
Now, are you able to say that that's Tyler Dazey's blood?
No, I am not.
Okay. And that's because the DNA profile could have come from, well, skin cell DNA or hair DNA or any of the other sources of DNA that you would find in the bathtub drain.
Potentially, yes.
If Tyler Dazey showered off the blood and gore from his mother, there should be extensive examples of her DNA in the bathtub. It isn't. It isn't. That tells me whatever he showered off himself, it wasn't his mother's blood.
And you would expect to find somebody's DNA in the bathtub drain where they tend to bathe, wouldn't you?
I would say it would not be an unexpected finding to find their DNA there.
Okay. Item number 12. This is an interesting one. Item number 12 is a swab from possible blood stain on the top of the jewelry box in the bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. You didn't actually see the jewelry box. You just saw the swab.
Correct. I only saw the swab.
Did you screen the swab for blood?
I did.
And did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box.
Did you test to see whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Now this is a bit excessive. He could have left this part out. That's not necessary because it's in her bedroom close to where she was killed. Because now it only sounds ridiculous. Now he goes back on the credibility he built up. That's a bad call, defense attorney. Bad call.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop from the swab?
The DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey.
Now, and this may seem silly, but you're not actually able to say that that DNA profile came from the blood, are you?
No, I cannot say that.
So you can't actually even say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
I cannot say that.
Moving on to item number 13. That was a swab collected from a blood stain on a bedroom wall. And I understand your testimony on direct examination was that...
An unexpected finding either.
Okay.
That jump wasn't from me. That was from the stream.
Was item number 13 tested to determine whether or not there was blood present?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of the test?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bedroom wall.
Did you test to see whether or not it was animal or human blood?
No, I did not.
Now, again,
were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes, I was.
She clearly
And as I understand it, that was Jennifer Dazey's DNA.
Correct.
Are you able to tell us whether or not that DNA came from the blood on the swab, or did it come, or could it have come from other sources of touch DNA on the swab?
I cannot say.
So you're not able to actually tell us whether or not that blood is Jennifer Dazey's blood either?
I cannot say that.
I don't know where he's going with this.
Let's move to State's Exhibit number 38.
How else did she get those injuries without
And I put that up
being on
there on the screen for you as well. The state didn't really talk about this one, but I think I want to talk about it just to emphasize the point. Item number 2, that was a nasal swab collected actually from Tyler Dazey, wasn't it?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. And you would expect to find Tyler Dazey's DNA in his nose, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. It would be in the mucus in his nose. He's got hair in his nose. I mean, all those different sources.
Mucus and skin cells, yes.
Okay. Now, when you tested that, did you test it for the presence of blood?
I did.
Did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the nasal swabs from Tyler Dazey.
Okay. Did you test that to determine whether or not it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
No, blood isn't that.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA profile were you able to find in the swab?
So there was no DNA factors foreign to Tyler Dazey in the profile developed from the nasal swabs.
So you found Tyler Dazey's DNA in the swab?
Yes.
Okay. But interestingly enough, you're not able to say that that was Tyler Dazey's blood, are you?
I am not.
And that would be for the same reasons we've discussed before, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I do believe this was excessive.
Let's talk about item 10. All right. I understand that you screened 2 additional, item 10, you initially screened 1 area. Is that right?
I initially screened 3 areas.
Okay.
Actually, on the handle only.
Right.
Okay, so there's 3 areas on the handle that I screened initially.
When I look back at when you screened those 3 areas initially, what did you find in your report dated March 4th?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas of the handle of the hatchet.
Okay. As I understand it, at that time, you only tested 1 for DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be the one that's marked on the hatchet as 10.1?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any DNA factors at that time?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
The DNA factors were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Did you test to determine whether or not that was human or animal blood?
10.1, I did not.
And I think you said that you also tested the blade and head of the hatchet.
Correct.
But you didn't find blood on the blade or head of the hatchet.
Yes, screening did not indicate the presence of blood on blade and head of the hatchet.
Hey, Baker. Thank you for sending your people over. Thank you for sending your people over. Thank you for the Bakerade. Bakerade. Hello and welcome. For you who just joined, this was supposed to be a clean-cut case trial with excellent evidence pointing in one direction. We now learned in the first 2 days that the defendant, Tyler Dazey, was in the house during the time his mother was killed. We know that. We also learned that the daughter of the victim, the sister of the defendant, had a domestic case against her and showed up on the crime scene unannounced after they tried to get a hold of her for hours. We also learned that she has no alibi. We also learned that the investigators did not even check her whereabouts. They took her word for it. The only person in that family with a history of violence against the mother was never investigated. And now, with this witness, we learned that the hatchet in evidence, the prosecution claims, did the deed on the mother. They can't prove it's the murder weapon. This was supposed to... I wanted to show this case because it was clear-cut, good prosecution, evidence pointing in one direction and one direction alone. Just to show people there are good prosecutions out there. And then another Foster clock. Again! And over at Rumble, did Tyler have any cuts on himself? No! He didn't even have her DNA on him. No blood, no nothing. The prosecution claims, oh, he had to have taken a shower. Her DNA wasn't in the in the bathtub. They swabbed the bathtub. They swabbed around the drain. Her DNA wasn't there. They have swabbed the hatchet. On one spot, not blood, on one spot they found her DNA. It's her house. DNA can be anywhere. And it... Maria Finnswitz, the daughter who did it, I don't know. Because the investigators never checked her alibi, never checked her whereabouts, never swabbed her, never checked her for bruises or cuts or anything. Nothing. They took her word for that she wasn't involved. And nothing. Nothing. This was supposed to be a clear-cut case. And it's a Foster clock. Now, do I believe Tyler Dazey will be convicted? Yes. It's his hatchet. He was in the house. There is no evidence about anybody else was in the house because ring camera on the front door, side door, back door, whatever's. The investigators never checked the the side door ring camera, because they claimed they couldn't retrieve footage from Ring Camera Corporation. But the daughter had access to the Ring camera system. It's easy to turn off. Yes, it's pigeon business. And the daughter told the investigators when driving from the crime scene that she had a domestic case against her mother, who accused the daughter of slapping her. But she told the investigators, while smiling and giggling in the interview room, that she had nothing to do with it. And they took her word for it. Now you're up to speed. Let's continue.
Now, looking at exhibit number 38, your report dated April 3rd. You then tested 2 more spots on the hatchet, as I understand it, 10.2 and 10.3. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, these 2 areas had already tested positive for the presence of blood?
Yes, screening indicated the presence of blood on those 2 areas.
Did you test to determine whether or not it was animal or human blood?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine?
It was human blood.
All right.
That area, no other area in the entire house you tested for the difference between human and animal blood. Now, the reason they are testing for animal blood is whoever did the deed, they claim it's Tyler Dazey, also killed the family dog. No other blood evidence they tested to determine if it's the dog or the victim. But these 2 they tested. Why?
All right.
The screening test indicated.
For both 10.2 and 10.3?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to develop, as I understand it, a DNA profile on only 10.3?
Yes.
And that was the DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor was, yes.
Okay. And there was a minor contributor who wasn't identifiable?
Correct.
Were you able to detect any DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
And I know you testified on direct examination a little bit about this, but...
Yeah, if they found DNA on the blade of the hatchet, why didn't they ask on direct examination whose DNA it was? But now during cross, I mean, oh, it's such a clusterfuck.
The fact that you were able to detect DNA on the blade of the hatchet would... What does that indicate with regards to...
Oh, yeah. They have tested for... The prosecution claims it must have been cleaned. But DNA doesn't just wash off. It doesn't. And there should be skull fragment, bone fragment residue. No, apparently not. There should be... And if it is cleaned, it has to be cleaned either alcohol or bleach. Did they test for alcohol or bleach residue? No, they didn't. They just make the claim.
The likelihood that the hatchet was washed or cleaned or scrubbed?
I can't say that's outside my area of expertise. I can't say whether that indicates or does not indicate cleaning.
But you actually did find touch DNA is what it would have to be, right?
I can't say the source of the DNA. I can just say it did not screen, the screening test did not indicate the presence of blood.
But there was DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
There were factors detected, but not enough to make any interpretation.
not enough factors. But remember the Zachariah Anderson case. They found a partial profile. They could check there the alleles. Because even if you find one or two alleles, even if it doesn't say it's you can identify, you can tell whose it's not. So if that sample has just one or two alleles in it, and it's not the mother, then that's not the murder weapon.
With regards to the DNA profile that you developed on 10.3, all right, are you able to say definitively that that came from the blood?
No.
So you're not able to say whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I cannot say that.
This was supposed to be a clear-cut case. I'm so disappointed.
Were you ever asked to test a shower curtain?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. You're a scientist, aren't you?
Yes.
You can't say much of anything in the scientific world with absolute certainty, can you?
No.
So when you're answering these questions today about certainty, that's sort of where you're coming from, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolute certainty. But in many cases, you can say there's a very high likelihood, couldn't you?
Yes.
So if you take swabs of blood off the floor and off of the jewelry box on the wall, it is possible to get other DNA, correct?
Correct.
But isn't blood usually swabbed because it's a very good source of DNA?
Yes.
So when you take a blood swab.
Roland Arthur asked, did they take DNA from the sister to make a profile to test that unknown DNA against, even the alleles part of it? No. Nothing after that initial investigation or that initial interview. After that, she was ruled out. They never checked anything about her ever again. Nothing. Not her alibi. They didn't take her DNA. They did nothing to rule her out. Absolute jack crap nothing. The only person in that family with a history of violence against the victim was never checked out to rule her out.
Off of a wall or jewelry box or any other item, wouldn't you expect that to be the dominant contributor when you're testing for DNA, as opposed to background DNA that might have been there before?
In most cases, yes.
When you do a blood screen, that's just a test for blood or not blood, isn't it?
Correct.
And for the most part, it doesn't test for human or animal. It's just blood, right?
For those screening tests, it's just whether or not it is blood.
If you tested animal blood, would you expect to find animal DNA?
With the testing that I do, we only detect human DNA.
So if it were animal blood, you wouldn't detect anything based on your testing, correct?
I would not get a profile from animal blood with the testing that I do.
If you had animal blood, you're probably not going to get a DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey from that, are you?
It would not come from animal blood if it was her profile, correct?
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Blair?
That's kind of a misleading question, though, isn't it? Because the swab doesn't just have the blood on it, does it?
I don't know what the swab has on it, besides that it's screen positive for blood.
Right. And if it is animal blood and you detect human DNA, that human DNA would have had to have come from some other source, right?
Yes, if it was animal blood and a human DNA profile, it would have had to come from some other source.
But besides two items, 2 spots. You never screened for what type of blood it was, human or animal. Sashay Tucker, YSL hearing is tomorrow. I know, it is around 11 a.m. So what I will do is I will start early tomorrow with this, with the afternoon of this trial, day 2 afternoon. I will then pause, get over to the YSL hearing, cover that, and then return to this trial. So I have a lot of things to do. And remember, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, the weekly panel show. I hope to have Kat, not Williams, on. I hope to have Infamous Sylvia on, and other people. I really hope I can get Doug Weinstein on. I really, really do. I can't remember, for £10. Yay, for the Foster Clock collection box. Oh, thank you so much for your support. So YSL is about 7 p.m. Finn time. 11 should be 6 p.m. Finn time and 5 p.m. Swedish time. Thank you so much for your support. I can't remember. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's the occasional super chat memberships. That is what keeps this channel afloat. Let's keep listening to the DNA expert.
Okay. So when you say that blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA, only human blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is that if you haven't determined whether or not it's human or animal blood, you don't know whether or not the human DNA came from the blood or from some other source of DNA.
I can't say with certainty that the profile from blood swab does not have any other sources of DNA in it.
Yeah, but you didn't even test if it was human or animal. And apparently you have that capability, but you chose not to.
And that's one of the reasons why you're not able to tell us whether or not any of the blood is actually Jennifer Dazey's blood, isn't it?
I cannot say with certainty that the profiles I developed from the swabs are her blood, no.
Not just with, well, not even a reasonable degree of certainty, are you?
There's no statistic or studies that I'm aware of that have tried to determine a number to put to that or a degree of certainty.
Okay. Nothing further.
Not to beat dead horses, but you can't say with absolute certainty, but you can say with a pretty high likelihood, can't you?
Yes, we do use known blood samples taken from a person to develop known profiles. So I know that you can get DNA from blood and the white blood cells that are in blood. I can't give a real number or certainty to if it was another source.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect spot for us to break for lunch. Remember the admonition I've given you before. Report back to the jury room. We'll try to start up again around 1:20.
All right, folks. That took us 5.5 hours to get through the afternoon of yesterday and the morning of today. My deepest apologies. I really thought this was a clear-cut case with clear evidence, indicating that is the person, that is the weapon, that is the method. I had no idea about the rest of it. Why is every trial I touch turning into a foster clock? I assume that is why you turn up here, because you know more about this than I do. Let's tune in to Nick. It's always the foster clock. Yeah, I'm going to show you this first about the witchcraft angle of this. This is him. And that tattoo on his left shoulder is of an octagram or a septogram. I don't know. He has several tattoos with religious meaning into witchcraft or Satanism and stuff. And apparently, from I've learned from the chat, is that the daughter has claimed to the brother that the mother is using witchcraft against him. Gwynyn says, it's not you, it's the broken US system. Well, the one on his left shoulder isn't a pentagram. It has more points. All right. That is all I can muster for today. I will see you all back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will continue this foster clock. We will do a recap of today's afternoon. When that is done, I will tune in to the YSL hearing. The judge seemed to be there. Judge Whitaker will be staying in the case. She will be staying with the case. And is nobody live? I have to check. Because I want to send, if I want to send you off to somebody. No, sorry. It's just me live. With anything as I can, by any stretch of the meaning, can redirect you to. There's nothing. Sorry, folks. You will have to find your own entertainment for the rest of the day. Defense diaries. Are they live? I didn't see them. Hold on. Upcoming. Okay, but that's this trial. Yeah, check them out. It's upcoming in 10 minutes. It's upcoming in 10 minutes. Okay. And as per usual, folks, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for allowing me to do this. See you tomorrow. Oh, Snivels. Thank you, Snivels. Yesterday, Snivels gave a super chat. And now he gifted 5 memberships just at the end of it to Medida Finn. I can't remember. Forever Caligirl, Legalese, and WV. Thank you, Snivels. Okay. Now I can do an off eye fork. Thank you again for being here. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.